Hey, how's it going, Floyd? Good to see ya. I don't know. Music's gonna get me in trouble on here. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Crosshair in the middle. Maybe I don't need any of that. Standard. Best game mode is a moderate one. Yeah. We're just gonna wait, I guess. I didn't think it was gonna take this long to load. Doing the usual weekday stuff, work and whatnot. Nice. Hopefully it's all going good for you. Hopefully it's not too bad. Oh, there we go. Fancy opening credits at the beginning of the game. From the creators of The Matrix, there's been no news lately. 22 awards some other games received. Searching for the spot. Director, is it needed here at all? The Red Runes Softworks team is categorically against smoking, which causes loud headlines in newspapers and other diseases. Therefore, we suggest that you replace this dangerous cigarette in the robot's claw for something more useful. Let him smoke. How's it going?
Here you are again. Did you have time to think of how to behave during the interrogation? Remind him, R2D3.
Oh!
You tell us all you know from the beginning. No lie. Confirm?
I have not played this before. It's my first. I've had this in my Epic library when it was free, but I've never played it. It seems like it's funny though. Put on a defiant expression and spit in the face of this piece of iron. Hack to a.
You tell us all from the beginning or violence. You tell us that you fly to the funeral, but the liner explode radicals of green universe. Confirm?
Spitting was a lousy idea, we agree. You'd better tell your story first. You can still have your defiant expression. Okay. 2073. Somewhere on the outskirts of the universe. Yogurt or some other carcinogen ads. I like it already. Hey, Hardian. Hello, hello. Good to see ya. I'm doing good. How are you doing? How was everybody's last few days that I didn't see you? Oh! Uh-oh. What? Oh no. Right, who left the door open? You're gonna get some dessert? What are you gonna get?
You lied to me. Logo
Oh.
was impossible. Could not see the shuttle from space. Tell truth, no lie. Confirm.
Continue your definitely unembellished story. Yes. Broccoli attack. What? Probably some ice cream? Oh, nice. What kind of ice cream? I could go for like an ice cream sundae. Like vanilla ice cream, chocolate fudge, whipped cream, sprinkles. Gotta find some toppings or just drizzle. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's the way to live. That's living. Ew. Oh, yeah, chicken.
Greetings. I'm your funerary spacesuit
Don't
built-in
choke
guide
the
to the world of
chicken.
space funerals. Before we start communicating further, confirm that you are still able to read after the impact.
Tab is inventory, shift, accelerate, controls down, alt, stabilization, space. Okay. Cool. Okay.
Splendid. You've gotten into a non-standard situation. The Breathedge Global Funeral Agency is proud of its impeccable history. However, your death may cause the loss of its reputation. Therefore, we suggest that you stop the gas leak and survive.
Be against the US, right? Whoa. No, wait, no. Oh, no, that's not.
To stop the leakage, you'll need an object without any holes.
No, sorry, chicken. That's that's so mean. Okay. Do we have to go out there? Oh my god, this face is. Give me that piece of gum. Holy hell.
When
Oh,
picking up any useful items, you can stuff them in your pockets, calling it an inventory, if you will.
oh wait.
Take out the chewing gum from your pocket.
I
To
just
stop the
put
stick
that.
it somewhere except for your face.
No, that's not. My bad, chicken. I'm sorry. Let
To
me.
stop the leakage, you'll need an object without any holes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
You deserve some words of encouragement. That's
Yay!
impressive. You've almost won. Remember that the funerary spacesuit isn't designed for long-term use of persons or animals in outer space. It is recommended to immediately call for help on the interphone, improve the spacesuit, or become depressed.
Oh. Oh, it's a potty. Insert videotape. Turn. Oh. Yes, exactly. You got it right. It's a buck. Yeah, okay. Parmesan ice cream? I have not. I'll have to add it to the list. Grandpa's garage is full of such blueprints. With them, even a hamster could assemble a tiny helicopter itself.
When you discover a new blueprint of an item, it is automatically added to the memory reprocessor in the kitchen, where you can create this item using the necessary resources. Probably.
Probably. Family photo. Oh. He's running from the chicken. Chicken? My friends. Oh no. Picture with autograph Grandpa's best friends. Oh, okay. It's friends. I didn't mean to take this photo though. Can I put this back? No. I don't know where it went. I dropped it though. Damn, he loves this chicken. We gotta take good care of this chicken. Is this us? I've always been good looking, although my beard was on a stick in my childhood. By the age of 3, it got better. He was born with a beard. Harry the cat. Alcohol. I don't have any. Fair enough. Can you use the toilet?
The waste disposal system is damaged and is operating in reverse mode. The toilet can suck objects flying past the shuttle when the tanks are full.
Okay, I'm scared to use the toilet. I'm doing space stuff. How you doing, Parkin? Oh. Find the interphone or get depressed.
A source of increased radiation is detected. Probably this is the central core of the liner. Be careful, the radiation will kill you instantly in such a suit.
Why does it seem like it's so peaceful out here, though?
The sensors report the presence of some nearby cooling gel. Its microscopic particles can settle on the glass of the spacesuit, forming some beautiful frostwork which can lead to visibility deterioration. Toilet detected. Some of our clients are very sensitive about toilet talk, and therefore we included a dictionary filter which will replace the word feces with the word joy. Judging by the amount of joy around, this is the debris of the liner's public.
I got a dead hamster.
I propose to call it Hammond, although this toilet doesn't look like a manned robot.
Yellowish water. This is pee-pee. I don't want that. I'll take the dead hamster. Oxygen's not unlimited. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Eee! Okay. I almost died. It was close. Close one. You dropped stuff? Where did it go? Oh, here's the picture. Can I like... Oh. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know what we do with this. We already learned it though. Alright. Bottle of water. Ugh. Tape recorder. We don't have... We gotta find a scrapper. Or we gotta make one. What's this?
Judging by the degree of decomposition, this subject died long before the catastrophe. We have a murder here, Sherlock, and we just have to ignore it. A hammer covered in blood. The victim is also stained in blood. Probably the hammer accidentally got stained by the victim.
Oof.
It is unlikely that he suffocated from this, being in a spacesuit where oxygen is sufficient for an entire full breath.
Alright, we gotta go back. Go, we're gonna die. Oh, I gotta go up. Uh-oh. You're fine. We're fine. This is fine. Our home phone number.
Just the antenna, you'll have to go into outer space.
Don't forget to feed the chicken. Oh, we got a condom. You?
The shuttle got caught on some larger debris. Lucky. That was a close call. Try to adjust the antenna very carefully. You've got great engineering skills. You have broken the antenna completely. Now you will need some special equipment and interphone activation codes, which are encrypted in the memory of the steering wheel if it's still intact. It looks like the steering wheel. You need to try to connect to it. Great news! Using my ingenious 2-digit password matching algorithm, I managed to hack the interphone activation codes. Now all that's left is to build a cryptographic debugging station and reconfigure the interphone using these codes, which will take about 5 years with your current skills. Remember that you are still able to become depressed.
Oh god. Is that your bus stop? Ugh. Icky. Create a debugging station. Hey, we made water. That's something. I don't know where the grossest thing. Like, grossest place I've seen one. I probably don't want to think about it though. Okay. We don't have any food around here, do we? Create a debugging station. Whoa. Okay. Don't have any tools though.
Be careful with the vacuum breakdowns. An electric shock of such power can lead to the failure of my systems, and I can't guarantee the safety of your corpse before the arrival of the funeral team.
And we really kind of fucked up, didn't we? No, like, is this the quest? Oh, just... debugging space or station. Reducing the damage electricity if you want to come in contact with it. Chicken. These are achievements. Okay, okay. I just put this here. I don't know what this debugging system is supposed to be. I don't see it anywhere. Cryptic debugging system. We need 2 metal and a wire. Okay. We gotta try and find metal and a wire. Ugh. Okay, so we got some food. Shit. You can't break any of this without a... Oh my god. My hands are not made for this. Now you're over here. Well, welcome. Okay, so equipment tools. Refined metal battery, thick electrical tape, shears. I don't know where we are gonna find all this metal without having something. To get them with. Right, ship to planes. Can we... Fuck. How do we find... We gotta find metal that we can just grab. And wires. We apparently can't get anything. That's like... Go to sleep? Will that help my health? Oh yeah, it does. Okay. We'll play this till like 8:45 or so. And then we'll start the videos. Video. Oh. Just store this condom. 6. What is this? Oh, here. Okay. So we'll put this here. Does that mean I can whap whap? Oh. I need a handy scrap. What is this that I have then? Oh, I have a back scratcher. Let's just do anything. I can scratch my back. Can I scrap this? Make something with it? To pee or not to pee? Space is so dangerous. This is wrong. An Alien Isolation. No, I don't think it's not a horror game. I think you're just try to like survive in space, but it's like kind of goofy. It's not scary. Don't pee in space, okay. I don't want to use the chicken like that. Ew. Oh my god, no. Is that how y'all pee? You guys just whip it around everywhere? True, more nuggies. That is true. only animals do. Y'all just a bunch of animals? Is that what you're telling me? I mean, I don't know. I'm just here. I don't have outdoor plumbing. Oh, I knocked it over. Well, that got a little weird, huh? Go. Oh. Ew, he wet the bed. Bro. Ew. I don't think I want to be a boy. He's doing good. He'll probably be in here in a minute. Or if he's not already in here. I don't know what he's doing in that room. Plating. Oh, there he is. Like, I don't know what he's doing. He's probably doing something. I don't know where I'm supposed to find all the things I need. Thought it'd like be around the ship, but maybe not. Unless maybe it's on that body down there, maybe. Sure. Wait, frozen? I don't know. Maybe we need more than two. Let me grab stuff off of here. No. Whoa. Betrayed our marriage. Pervert cheater. He deserved it. Oh, shit.
By a woman who can professionally handle stationary items.
She killed him. I like the cheetah print bed you got here with the furry handcuffs. What a way to go.
An unknown substance with a suspicious name.
What a way to go.
The evidence is collected. The investigation is successfully completed. It is obvious that the victim was poisoned by a Novichok chemical weapon for treason. This is confirmed by the cipher from a note that the female agent lost at the scene of the crime. Some special agency clearly had a hand in this.
Oh, scandalous. Right, he's setting up a new fish tank. Just save this note as a little souvenir. We got boner pills. I remember I had a box of them when I was a kid because I thought they were sweet. So it was the first time when I discovered some peculiarities of the body, such as uncontrollable vomiting, diarrhea at the same time. Before ever ending up in uncompromising precision. Like, you can get boner pills in space. Who knew? Just like at the gas station. Freaky astronauts, you know, like they gotta. Oh, we gotta get ice. They have needs too. Okay. Ice.
The largest condom in the world, and also an emission of gas, most likely oxygen, are detected ahead. There's no data on the condom being suitable for an oxygen reservoir, but you can try to construct a simple balloon for distracting yourself from fatal thoughts.
Oxygen balloon. Guess whatever works, right? Okay, so I got wire. Got fabric. I can't break this though. Son of a bitch. Can I grab this? Nope. Okay. I feel like I can't go too far because I don't want to run out of oxygen. I can't be out too long or else we start dying. Like a piece of metal that I can grab. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. few of these. One too big. I think that's a big one. We need the little ones. Alright. I think we need this wire. Up the debugging station.
If you're sure that this is exactly what was on the blueprint, then try to reconfigure the receiver. If you have any doubts concerning it, then you will eventually suffer an electric shock, and then your spacesuit will automatically take your body measurements to order a coffin from our company. Thank you for choosing the Global Funeral Agency.
Oh. It's that easy.
The rescuer's arrival time exceeds your estimated lifespan by 4,369 years. You need to get to the extraction point yourself, getting past the radiation. However, it's impossible to do this with your current skills. To increase your level, you need to create some crap imposed by the developers.
Okay. Create the crap proposed by developers and put it in your hands. Okay. Candy scrap. We need 3 metal. Okay, we gotta go find one more. We gotta find one more piece of metal. Little baby piece. You know, when you come out here, it's actually like really
Judging by the
nice.
primary analysis of the destruction, most of the passengers of the liner died. This might be the biggest catastrophe in the history of astronautics, the reasons for which are yet to be clarified.
God. Jesus.
It wasn't possible to determine the coordinates of the survivor. Communication only works on reception, which gives a good reason not to respond and not to be distracted, despite the objections of the hormonal system.
Fair enough. Okay. Alright. Got that. I mean, I can like bonk stuff now. Oh, Jesus. I'm very beautiful. Save me, I beg. I'm completely alone.
Your
Take off your
interlocutor has a very
helmet.
sweet accent, causing fatal errors in my grammatical functions.
She killed him. She got everybody killed. She said, baby, take off your helmet. It'll be fine. Everything was not fine. I can grab it. Oh, excuse me. Everybody died here. I gotta go back though. Well, we gotta go back. Got battery. I got rubber. Oh, Dave, I see. I see dangerous place on radar. There's many life-giving oxygen you cannot fly there. Recently smoked there. You can explode. Oh. Like how it's just like boobs on the screen too. We are boob man. Oh, we got plastic. Okay. What do we need? Refined metal? Oh, okay. Ready for pulling objects out of narrow holes and picking up things that you don't want to touch. Extremely pointless tool design module to avoid making complex animation of fingers with normal scissors. Okay, so we just have metal. Like fly to me through the radiation. This one is trying to get us killed. Ma'am, you gotta... Oh, oxygen balloons. We just need condoms. and electrical tape. Oh, more metal, okay. Roll of fabric, rubbers, electrical tape, yellowish water. It's pee. It's pee pee. No thanks. Okay, thick electrical tape. Uh... And a battery. Able to make holes in things that shouldn't have holes. That like put it in here? No. We just need we only need one of these. I feel like ice is important. I don't know where the rest of these went. Ma'am, I am barely surviving myself. What makes you think I can come get you? Oh. Let me try to go over here. Sweet package. Make candy?
Seems they were playing some brain cracking game.
Holy shit. Hey. And they got crunched. Oh. Turned too soon. The thing wasn't on. Ma'am, I don't know what to tell you. I'm screwed. We're all screwed. Okay. I think we gotta get our suit upgraded because we definitely cannot go very far. Oh, there's like a lot of radiation over here. Or in there, maybe? Scared to go too far, and I'm scared to get too close to anything. I wanted to into a pool, and I don't want to get electrocuted. Okay, so I haven't come across lead paint. Battery. Form a condom toe. My god. Alright. I'm gonna go take a break and then we will get started with our videos. Oh, rest stop. Oh, we're not fucked up enough. I can just do this. Alright. Save. And alright, I'll be back. I am muted. My bad. Oh, hello. Thank you for the welcome backs. I am stupid. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. It's my first day. I'm new. I'm new. Yes, we are all new here. Doing the best I can here, right? Alright, we'll start with these. There's 2 extra ones in case we get to the last 2, but we should be alright. I gotta turn this. Uh, turn this up.
On June 7, 2023, officers were called when a woman threw a serious temper tantrum when she tried to drive away with her child drunk.
I
Her
do
child's
stupid
father
things.
wasn't having it, and he stopped her from leaving.
Xander, you need to put Xander down.
Listen, he called the police.
Go back up there in front of my car.
No, I'm
107 days to die. Oh, get
Hey.
it.
Go back up here in front
No,
of the
I'm
car,
trying
please.
to leave, but he took my car keys and I can't go anywhere.
drunk.
So yeah, I'm gonna be the problem because he won't let me
go up
leave.
here. Go up
Can't
here.
leave with our kid. Like he won't let me leave.
Thank you so much. What's going on?
He just arrived my car keys.
Jeez.
What is going on here? Bro has no shirt on and crazy here. She's screaming, holding the kid, crying. This. Oh, this is gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
She
He
just
won't let me go.
gotten too intoxicated, I think, and
Like he's
aggressive.
trying to make me look crazy when
I'm
he's
not
the
to make
piece
it
of
look
shit. He
crazy.
locked
I just
me out
want
of the house.
safety.
We're off to a
Back
good
up
start.
this-
We are off to a good
Talk
start.
to this officer
I
right
would
love
here,
to.
okay?
Yeah, I
I
appreciate
mean, look at this man.
Thank
Go
you
over
so
here
much.
and talk.
He's
Stay on the
wild.
road.
He's wild
Wait till
looking.
he comes up.
No rights to his kid.
What's going on?
Nothing. We got into a fucking argument because he didn't want to fuck me. Fine, whatever.
What? He didn't want to boink me, so we got into an argument.
Nothing. We got into a fucking argument because he didn't want to fuck me. Fine, whatever. I walk outside. He locks me out of the fucking house. Threw my bag out the window. My kid's in there.
You don't have to yell.
So I'm gonna be. I
yell
don't
at me.
care. I'm emotional. So
I
I'm going
understand that,
to.
but we're standing 3 feet away from
Okay,
each other.
I
You
don't
have to
care.
yell.
I don't care. You can hear me. That's good. I don't have to
Hail
whisper,
Hydra.
do I?
So-
No,
so
I
what's
don't. My
going
kid is
on?
inside. He has
How's
my
it
kid.
going,
He has
Golden
no rights
Pony?
to my kid, so I'm gonna go in and get my kid. He
Okay.
has my car keys.
Do you guys live together?
No, we don't. I have my own place in Huron. He has.
No, we don't. Okay, this is a great relationship that they got going. So like they must have broken up maybe or something, and he doesn't want anything to do with her, and she's crawling back trying to get her some, and he's like, "Nuh-uh," and now she's freaking the fuck out. That's what I'm understanding here. It's going good. We're just getting started with our videos for the night.
my car keys. I'm trying to go. I'm trying to de-escalate the situation. I can't leave because he has me here. Okay? End of story. So get my
guys-
car keys and
do you
I'll go
guys-
and the
do you
situation is
guys
resolved.
Do you guys come here? I'm
He
trying to
doesn't
talk
have
to you.
shit.
Do you guys
God.
have kids
No.
together?
No.
You guys aren't
No.
married. You don't live
No.
together. You don't have
No.
kids together.
This is my kid.
Just boyfriend,
This is
girlfriend.
no.
Oh,
This is
okay.
my kid. He's nothing. Get my f***ing car keys so I can leave.
Wait, so it's not his kid? So they're just doing things? I guess. Right, calm down, lady.
Situation would be a f***ing issue if he didn't take them.
Is you just have the one kid?
This is my kid.
I understand that. You just have the
My
one.
kid.
You just have one, right?
Get my f***ing car keys.
Well, I'll tell you.
How hard is this of a question? Do you just have one child, ma'am? Do you just have one, or are there more? You know, he's just trying to figure out what's going on, and now we're talking about car keys. Like these are not hard questions. I don't feel like he's He's not asking anything crazy. He's being very nice. Math is hard, yes. Math is hard. She brought her kids to do the thing she needs. Yes. Right? Yeah, like what? She was gonna like leave her kid in the car sleeping or something while she goes and gets busy? Like what? I don't understand.
What? You can quit yelling and screaming at me.
No, I don't have to do anything. You're a police officer, right?
Yeah.
But I don't owe you shit. You work for
but
me.
You're not gonna yell.
She has a nose ring.
Right, I can. What are you gonna do? Arrest me for
I
screaming?
didn't say that, but you don't
Right,
need
but
to
you
yell
can't
and
tell me what to
scream
do.
at me.
You can't. You can't. Sorry, but not today.
So to take
You
care
can
of
have
this,
a big ego, but
Yep,
not
to
today.
take
you know what
care
that
of this
means.
Get my
problem,
car key so I can take my child home, and that will resolve the issue.
was
Okay.
there any kind of an assault tonight or anything
No.
like that?
No, there was not.
Okay, just
Right? These videos are crazy. They're just, but I love them. I love the drama. I love it. Right? Save the kid.
so I
Get
understand.
my car keys
Just so
so
I
I
understand
can
what was going on tonight.
leave. Nothing. I came over here after hanging out with a friend to
Okay.
hang out with him. He didn't like how I was acting. Fine. So I'm gonna go now. But he thinks I'm drunk. I'm so sober. So like he has no right to hold my keys against me.
Yes, that was very convincing. I'm so sober. Yeah, okay. Okay.
I'm so sober.
I'm gonna press
So like
X
he has
for
no
doubt.
right to hold my keys against me.
Okay.
He wants to call you guys because I'm having an issue, but it's because he's acting like a fucking asshole. Okay, so I want to take my kid. I want my car.
God forbid this guy is actually like doing something decent, being like, okay, like you seem like you're kind of intoxicated, so like yeah, we are not gonna be, you know, bumping nasties, but you're not gonna go anywhere because you have a child and maybe you shouldn't be, you know, operating a vehicle with a child in it. Every that really doesn't seem very unreasonable to me.
Car keys. I'm gonna go.
Have you had anything at all to drink tonight?
I have, but I'm sober.
Okay.
Like I'm okay to drive.
I'm so
Obviously,
sober.
he's concerned.
I don't care. He has a big ego, and so does his pet brother that lives in the basement.
Wow.
So like, I don't like.
Okay.
I don't think you can just say stuff like that about people. Like that's not like what the hell?
Well,
I'm not the issue.
We'll see if we can resolve this for you.
I need my car keys is what I need because that's what he's keeping from me, and he has no right to keep those. He's the issue. I'm not. I'm trying to leave. Goodbye.
Why does he think that you're intoxicated and shouldn't
Because
be
you
driving
are.
and holding the keys?
Because we're adults and we drink alcohol.
Okay, I get that.
Why are you asking?
Oh God, I hate that snarky like tone that people get with like he's just trying to like figure out what's going on, and then she has to like come out with the snark.
Asking me that question.
Well,
You're
Here we
clearly
go.
at least
Find out what's
70
going on.
years old. Get my car keys so I can put my child in the car. Thank you.
Ugh.
No.
Taser.
Talk to her a little bit.
Put the child down, Taser.
So he's saying there's nothing physical at all.
So what happened tonight?
Just some drinks, and I've had a few myself, but
Okay.
I think she had a few too many, so
Well, she's pretty emotional, obviously.
yeah.
Why is she like that then? Because
I was telling this officer.
Why is she like that? Sir, that is the $1,000,000 question. Right? That baby just yes. We need to like put the kid as number one priority 100%.
obviously.
Yeah.
Why is she like that then? Because
I was telling this officer we were together before. Now we're not, but
Okay.
we were being friends and trying to work on things.
Gotcha.
And, yeah. To be honest, she wanted sex and I didn't. So,
okay,
and then that's when it honestly happened.
that's when things got out of hand.
Yes, yes. 100%.
How much has she had to drink tonight?
I don't know. Maybe 6 Trulies, 6 or 7. I gotta look at the
She has
box.
had
I've
plenty
like
to
3 or
drink.
4 myself.
I don't know that she's like
Yeah,
impaired.
she's not impaired. I wouldn't say no.
I mean, I can smell a little bit of alcohol on her. I
yeah.
mean, just a little, not a
Yeah,
lot.
for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that
Definitely.
she's too drunk to drive.
Okay. I mean, I just was scared for my son's sake. So.
Was she drinking like when?
Okay, so that is his kid that he's had with her. So I can't blame him for that though. Like I honestly can't. Like you can't blame him for wanting to be like a little more careful.
You were here?
No, that's what my problem was. I
She's a
didn't know what she
lightweight.
drank when she came over because she smelled like booze, and then she got in the shower and washed off, and then had a few more Trulies after that.
Okay.
She told me she had 4 before she left, and that was it. But I thought I smelled liquor. That's what worried me. Was
Yeah, I can
smelled
smell.
strong.
I mean, just really faint.
Yeah, no problem.
You know, and it doesn't appear that she's like highly intoxicated or impaired. That maybe she can't drive.
Yeah, this has been going on for like an hour and a half. I walked all the way down the street, walked back to hopefully settle things down, and then that's when I came back and she was walking out with my son. And I was like, I don't know if you can drive, so
okay.
Well, maybe the compromise is your son stays there and she drives home, because then it'll probably make him feel better. I'm guessing she's not gonna go for that kind of deal though.
That's your big concern.
Yes,
is just
exactly.
Driving.
Yes, 100%.
Nobody was assaulted, a threat,
no,
or anything like
some
that.
furniture.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess they could, but at the same time, like, he obviously doesn't seem like she's too impaired. But I mean, I think for everybody's like peace of mind, maybe let the son just stay with him. She goes home, you know. So then I guess, but I don't. But at the same time, yeah, I don't know, because if she's just because she's not acting super drunk doesn't mean that she's not really safe to be driving on the road either.
Furniture was thrown around in my room, but I wasn't in there at the time. That's when I was walking down the street.
Or she could just agree to stay with him, you know, just agree to sleep on the couch or whatever, or, you know, or just spend the night here at the very least.
I came back to a rec room, but thank God I was in it.
So to take care of the problem, we get her keys back and she can go on her way, right?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're gonna let her drive with my son?
That's your son.
That's my son and her son. So we're gonna let her take my son.
So you guys have never been married?
No.
There's no like custody agreement, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Why is she there in the first place? She came over there after she hung out with her friends to go get her some. And then when he said he didn't want to, you know, put out, she got mad. So that's where we're at. Or I guess that's what started it. Uh-oh.
You guys ever lived together then?
Yeah, so like I said, we've faced charges before, assault, child endangerment, and domestic violence.
Okay.
We've been through the court case and all that stuff and worked on it. It's been like 5 years since that happened.
Well, when I asked her if you had any children together, she said no. So that's you guys have that child together.
That's our son. Yes, that's him.
Okay.
Don't know why she would say that. Probably because she doesn't want me to have him anymore after tonight.
Okay.
But I was just trying to keep him safe. That was my sole priority.
Okay. She said she lives in Huron?
Yeah, so right off the apartments.
Okay. How long ago did you guys live together?
5 years ago.
About 5 years ago?
Yep, 18, 19. Yep.
Okay. Well, do me a favor. Did you give the other officer any kind of
I gave him all my contact information. Yes,
okay,
sir.
cool. What I'm going to ask you to do is stand here.
Of course.
Okay, we're going to go over and talk to her, try to find out a little bit more.
Yeah, no problem.
Get her to settle down.
Yeah, for sure.
And if we find out that she's not impaired, then we'll try to get her out of here and send her on her way.
I kind of feel bad for this guy. He seems like he's nice. I mean, obviously, like, they might not be the best together, because sometimes when you have, like, you know, kind of toxic traits, or maybe you're just not a good fit, toxicity can arise. But I mean, from first glance, this guy doesn't seem like he's so bad.
Okay, fair enough.
Are we gonna let her take my son?
Well, there's nothing I can do with that.
Yeah, right.
You guys aren't married.
No, you're right. Okay.
You guys don't have any custody agreement or anything.
No,
Stay over here for me.
We don't care about
Stay back here for me, so that
I'd like to
All right.
go sit on the porch.
that's fine.
Forgot to change my thing out. Yeah.
She's been drinking a little bit. He tells me that they have that child together. So go over there and get the keys real quick from him, and let's talk to her a little bit more and see if we can find out if she's impaired or not. Okay? Doesn't sound like there's any assault or anything like that. Yeah.
On people that you think could be driving under the influence, right? I don't know what it's called. Breathalyzer. That's what the fuck I know. Okay. So until you do that, you cannot tell me that
Yeah,
I'm
that's
intoxicated or
kinda-
not intoxicated, because you.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like I don't. She's a whole problem. I think that's how I feel. I feel like she's just the whole problem. And then like you're gonna bring your kid around so you can drink some more, so you can get laid while your kid's in tow. Like it doesn't. Like that's not great.
You cannot just fucking assume. You can't.
Yeah.
Danielle,
I'm not stupid.
Danielle,
Yeah,
he tells me
that
that
poor,
you
yeah,
guys
that
have that
poor
child
kid's got
together.
that kind of mom.
He has no rights to it.
Unfortunately.
No, I
Never
didn't
went
say
to
he did.
court
I'm
to
just.
get
You
any
told me.
rights towards him, so this
You
is my
told me
kid.
that you didn't have a child together.
Right, we don't, because I take care of this child.
But you.
That's not how that works. What did you create this child by yourself on your own? Because that's incredible. Like that's not how that works. It's not how that works.
You guys have a child together.
This is my kid.
Well, I understand it's your kid, but it's his kid too, right?
Yes, a Jesus moment.
Okay, this is what we need to
Immaculate
do. I can smell a
conception.
little alcohol on you.
Congratulations, you can
Okay.
do a
This is
breathalyzer
what
test and tell me that I'm not.
Well, this is what we'd like to do. We
Shoot
want to
her.
make sure that you're not impaired.
Congratulations.
Okay.
You want a sticker?
You want to cooperate?
You want to get tased? I think you should get tased with this attitude. Put a muzzle on you too.
Cooperate with us or not?
I'm listening to you. Am I
No,
not?
you're running your mouth and you're not listening
I'm
to
allowed
me.
to do that.
I understand that.
Am I cutting you off?
Okay.
No, I'm not. So I'm allowed to say whatever the f I want to.
We want to check and make sure that you're not impaired.
Congratulations.
Okay? And if you're not impaired, we'll give you your keys back and go on your way.
Congratulations.
Okay?
Cool.
We take a couple tests real quick first.
Test.
She's like a 10-year-old with a kid. Like this is just, oh gosh. Yes, I 100% agree. There's lots of people that don't need to have children, and unfortunately they do.
It's because I'm not impaired.
Okay.
I want my car keys. I want to go.
Then let's do that real quick and let's get you out of here. Okay?
Yeah.
This officer
Yeah.
here, we'll check you real quick, okay?
Just fucking drop the attitude and just listen and just, like, don't make the situation worse than it needs to be. I want to punch her in the face.
Okay?
Put the child down.
It'll only take a couple minutes.
Chase, take our kid.
Wow.
Can you do that?
Real nice. Real nice.
Hit him, right?
Jesus.
You have a broken elbow, so be careful carrying him around.
Right.
You got the keys?
Yeah, but I'm so asshole. I know. What, the whole foot in front of the other foot thing?
I'll get to that point. All right, so go ahead and stand facing me, feet together, arms out to your side, like such, okay?
Right.
All right.
Ugh.
Follow tip my
Ugh.
finger.
Her
Don't move your
attitude's
don't move your head.
disgusting.
Just follow with your eyes and your eyes only, okay? Arms down to your sides.
Oh, she big serious. Look, we have more than just the nose ring. We have 3. We have 3 nose piercings going on here. She gonna get crazy. She gonna get super crazy.
Henry Mary Victor 8630, Henry Mary Victor 8630.
Well, she's doing that fine. She's buffed up before the fight even began. Exactly. I mean, in all honesty, I don't think she's that drunk, but I also don't know if I would feel comfortable letting her drive at the same time, but that's just me.
Can you find Daniel in-house and run her for status?
Yeah, like if anything, she might be just too emotional to drive.
Keep your head still.
I mean, her head's pretty still, though. I will give her that. Her head's pretty still. I don't think she's doing too bad.
All right, we're gonna go vertical this time. Keep your head still. Just look your eyes up, okay? Keep your head still.
She's not really swaying. I mean, she really doesn't look like she's like
Alright, so
super
this next
fucked up.
test we're going to do is the walk and turn, okay? We're going to use this line, okay? You see this line? Alright, so the way to work is I'll demonstrate for you.
Right, 10 steps, right?
I'll demonstrate for you, and then do you have any injuries that would prevent you from walking in a straight line?
No.
Okay, perfect. So I'll demonstrate this to you, and then I'll explain to you when to start, okay? So you're going to start with your left foot on the line like such, right foot in front of your left, arms down to your sides like this, okay? All right, go ahead and get in that position on that line. Okay. So don't move until I tell you to, okay? You're going to take a series of 9 heel-to-toe steps down this line. Heel-to-toe steps down this line. Once, like such, okay? 1, 2, 3, simulating that I just took 9 steps.
Right.
You're going to take a series of small pivot steps until you get completely turned around. And then you're going to take a series of 9 heel-toe steps back down the line. Look down at your feet and count your steps out loud as you go along. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, you may begin.
Jeez.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2,
I mean, she's.
3,
I think she's
4,
fine as
5,
far as passing all
6,
these.
7, 8, 9.
All right.
Right? Definitely seems like she's good so far.
You have no rights to him, so
so-
I can take him.
I think she's just like a really over emotional though, which obviously can make you not drive safely either.
All right, so this next test we're going to do is the one leg stand.
All right.
So you're going to stand, feet together, arms down to your side like such, go and get in that position. All right. So you're going to raise your left foot off the ground. Not yet. Wait until I tell you start.
I would say if anything, like if they can like de-escalate this enough to where she's calm and everybody feels comfortable, then she should probably be okay. However, this attitude of hers might get her in trouble.
You raise your left foot off the ground. You're going to look down your feet like such, okay?
Okay.
You're going to look down your foot and you're going to count in the manner like this. 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on and so forth until I tell you to stop, okay?
Okay.
You understand?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Go ahead and begin.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012, 1013, 1014, 1015, 1016, 1017, 1018, 1019, 1020, 1021, 1022, 1023, 1024, 1025, 1026.
All right, you can go and put your foot down. Well, I can tell you right now, I would not let you drive.
What?
I wouldn't.
Really?
After what I observed in your eyes, absolutely not.
Okay, well, you can do the breathalyzer test, which will really tell you.
Your Twitch crashed? Oh no.
We'll get that.
What made him think that, I wonder? I mean, I guess I don't know, but
Huh?
she really didn't look all
That's
bad
what-
to me.
She doesn't have any family. She doesn't have anyone who can come and get her.
Chase, seriously?
Hey.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he says you're impaired, you're not driving.
I'm
And
not
you're not- and from this-
impaired.
from
You haven't
this-
done a
listen to me.
breathalyzer test, so you
It
don't
doesn't
know
matter.
that I'm impaired.
You're intoxicated by what he
Doesn't
tells
matter.
me. You're not going
By
anywhere.
law,
You want to
you
start
cannot
yelling
tell
and
me
screaming.
that I'm impaired until you do a breathalyzer test, and I'm legally over the limit.
I tried to make you do a breathalyzer test.
Okay,
You wanted
right.
to stand up.
I don't have to stand up. Where is that in the book? Where is
Where
that?
is it at in the book? If you think
Tell
you know
me.
everything, where is that?
Pull it
everything in
up.
the book?
Pull it up, because I'm going to tell you right now, there is no law that says that I have to stand up
By
to
the
do a
odor,
breathalyzer
by
test.
the odor of alcohol coming off
It
your
doesn't
breath,
matter. Anyone
the
that drinks
eyes,
alcohol, it
what I
doesn't
checked in
matter.
your
It
eyes.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have to do a breathalyzer test. You have to do a breathalyzer test.
Do you have somebody come get you?
You have to do a breathalyzer test.
Do you have someone
You
that can
have
come
to
and
do a
get you?
breathalyzer. You can get your sergeant.
Why don't you listen to this man? He's trying to give you an out. See, like, this is the other thing. Like, I feel like a lot of these cops, they're like trying to give you an out. Like, if it's nothing too serious, they're going to try and give you an out. Why are you too stupid to just take it? Take the out. Just take it.
I'm the supervisor.
Okay, and you can get another supervisor that actually
This
knows
is
what
it.
they're talking about.
This
because
is what's
until
going to
you do a
happen.
breathalyzer test,
Stop
you can't
running
do
your mouth.
anything.
You're going
No.
to jail. Okay, you're going to jail. Let's go. You're under arrest. You're under arrest. You're
Got
under
him.
arrest for disorderly conduct. You're under arrest. Quit resisting. Stop resisting. You're going to catch another charge. Stop resisting. Now you're being charged with resisting arrest.
How you like them apples?
Stop. Stop.
Oh, now we're crying. She one of them emotional drunks. Ew. Ew.
I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything. Jesus.
Imagine being as nasty as her and then wondering where you went wrong. I would like to know, like, how does your brain work? How did you keep your child alive for this long?
Seriously.
That one more tight. Can't even tell her now. I don't think there's enough for
Ugh.
Don't play that. Come on. Stand up.
Homie, don't play that. Get up.
Stand up. My body cam came off.
Really, Chase? This is what you want right now?
Over here on the ground.
Really, Chase? This is what you want?
She's blaming him. She's blaming him now. Oh, God. Really? Really? I mean, out of everything that's happened, not at any point would we be like, oh, I fucked up. My bad. We're lagging right now. I'm sorry. Sorry we had a buffer moment. I apologize.
This is what you want. This is what you want. Really? Really?
Sorry, my internet kind of
Seriously.
had a little hiccup.
I haven't done anything, James. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. This is what you want. Really? 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 Jeez!
Get in. No.
Jeez!
Get in. Get in.
Jeez!
Get in. Hold on a minute. I'm in the car.
Oh,
You're not doing anything.
how'd that work out for you?
Hang on.
Oh.
Quit. Hang on.
Get off, Jay!
I don't want this in there with us.
Jesus.
Here, if you want.
I don't know what time it is, but it is nighttime, and why are we screaming like this? Like, he lives near people. Like, this is definitely not okay.
Remove one cuff. I got the arm. Yeah, come over here. Take this one off. Ready?
Oh, I think he does though, because I don't know if he's still, I don't know if the guy kept holding him outside, so, but I don't know how this kid could not. I think everybody in like a 5-mile radius can hear her.
I don't know.
It was on the ground over there. Don't be a stupid ass when you want to be.
Wow.
Where was my phone?
I don't know.
I have to work tomorrow, so I need to know how to call my boss.
Oh, my Lord.
Jeez!
God, lady.
There, now it's locked. How's it? Go the wrong direction.
She needs to grow up fast. So, yeah, I mean, you would think by having a child she would have. Clearly that didn't do anything.
Danielle,
Come on out.
Come on. Come on. You had no problem fighting me earlier. Come on. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. Let's go.
This is what I think is great, though. It's like they fight and they scream and they kick to get in, and then once they're in, they don't want to get out. Like, I don't. It's just like, okay.
Go.
Come on. We got a real peach here. Oh. Oh, we're gonna start crying again. It's video time.
She was charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. Do you think she may learn from this experience after she spends a night in jail for giving these officers and her child's father a nasty attitude for no reason after they were looking out for her?
The reason why I don't think she's gonna learn anything is because, like, at the end of it, all she was doing was, like, still being nasty and blaming the baby daddy.
Best interest in not letting her drive with her son after she was drinking? Let us know in the comment section below, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, hell no, she didn't learn shit. She didn't learn a goddamn thing. Okay, this is might be a little controversial, maybe. It's not too spicy, but this is gonna be about women. We're gonna do some whole math here.
What do I bring to the table? Excellent question. I am the table. What do I bring to the table? I am the table.
You are the table.
We're not looking for no more tables to sit at. Let me remind you that you are the table.
You come to exist.
I
Hello.
am the table. The TikTok girls say this a lot. They've been saying it for years. What the hell are they talking about? Are they saying that they want to be an object that you drop your shit on at the end of the day? Well, no. Actually, what it means is, I deserve. So when
women don't exist. So I've heard. A little bit. I don't know. These women, I think you gotta, this is gonna. We're slapping warning labels on these ones.
they say, I am the table, what they think they're saying is, I deserve to be treated well by a man in a relationship. What they're actually saying, that most of them don't know about yet, is my relationship needs are not connected to my sense of self-awareness because I don't have one. Here is a depiction of somebody who does not know what she can fetch on the market.
I'm gonna marry a baseball player and not just some outfielder neither. I feel like this is like probably really accurate from like when you see these women. These women are crazy. How are you doing, Demon?
She is the table. This attitude is more common than you would hope, leading to
the like amount of like just detail this guy puts in his stuff. I just love. I love all these pictures and like charts and everything. They're great.
Problems like demanding too much, avoiding people who won't give it to you, leaving people who can't keep up, and then believing that your value goes up over time and wondering why you're not married. So first I'll explain what's going on in the culture and how value...
Just woke up, you're late for work. Oh no! The colorful crayon work. Hey, I mean, this man is an artist and he's good at explaining. So y'all, we just gotta listen.
Value transaction works in relationships, and then I have a solution for you that I made these special pictures for. I'm an artist. I even updated my table. The younger generations have low self-awareness, but it's not just women. I get a lot of these guys in my comments too, and you don't want to be one. The surprise I have for you later will help you develop self-awareness, which will also help you help women do it, but it's only a start. You have to keep learning, and nobody can take that away from you. If you're watching this video, hi, you probably enjoy what I do, and I would never be able to do it if I did not figure myself out first. And I could never do that without studying exactly the kind of content you find on short form, this video's sponsor. No one can read every book. I've
It's
that
like
made for you. You can the book
it's like
description.
AI.
If you should
It
have
like
drawn
gives you like clip
for a
notes.
free trial and 20% off, use my link in the video description. If you want to help turn these times around, you've got to have a strong mind. You've got to get better all the time. I should have drawn a brain here. You can bring that to the table. Anyway, how did we start talking about tables?
Because you know these women ain't. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, it's kind of true, though.
The popularity of being the table comes from another one of these downward spirals like in my situationship video, where I explained how when we changed the language about relationships, it changed all the rules, which degraded all the morality, which changed the rules again, and so on, until young women are now interpreting the behavior of young men as cruel, when actually they are mostly just protecting themselves from the nightmare that dating has become. But the tables.
That seems so true. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't envy anybody that has to be single, man or woman. I guess. I feel like dating nowadays seems like a total mess and nightmare, and I feel for anybody that is single right now that is trying to date or like is in the dating scene. It seems horrific. It seems absolutely horrific and scary out there.
Mostly just protecting themselves from the nightmare.
Just though, my heart goes out to you, okay? And especially for men. It's more like my heart breaks more for men than women. I feel like we're watching your video, Gus. How's it going? I honestly feel like men have been shit on entirely too much and way too hard. And I feel like a lot of these women, and I'm not going to say all women, right? Because not all women are like this, but I would say these types of women that are probably going to be discussed in this video are definitely a problem. I'm going to say that they are a big problem.
That dating has become. But the table spiral is not about blame. It's about entitlement. It's about deserving. It's all about the idea of what do I get from you without any idea of why would you want to give it? What do you get back? Like most of our problems, it starts with women's financial liberation, which means giving women more without asking.
I love this bag, the Lululemon. I love it. I love it so much.
With women's financial liberation, which means giving women more without asking why. So now a lot of women have more, never mind why. And when they have more, they no longer respect men with less, or even a similar amount. And when women don't respect you, then you are icky, because now you don't have the power to do something for her that she could not do for herself.
I was telling Toxis the other day that I was like, I think it's weird that when you ask a woman what do you look for in a man, and they're just like, oh, he has to be 6 foot and have make 6 figures and drive a nice car or whatever it is, like that doesn't tell you doesn't tell me anything. So other than I guess it tells me that you're just materialistic and you're really superficial, but it's like you don't hear stuff like, oh, I like him to be funny, or I want him to I like something that likes dogs, or I like cats, or he's or he wants children. It's those aren't things that are on the list. So it's I don't even know where these women are coming up with these lists of what they think what type of men they should be with, because I don't think they know, because when you look at their list, it's nothing that actually makes a person a person, a personality, or something that they or somebody that's oh, well, I like to read, so maybe he likes to read too, or there's nothing that I feel in the a lot of the videos that I've seen that you see women I guess these types of women, because I think there's plenty of normal women out there, right, that maybe there's not that many, or maybe they've already been scooped up, but I feel these types of women don't really have a list and maybe have no idea what they want. I have no idea though. I have no clue. I don't know what it's like to be around these women, nor do I want to. But that's just from somebody from the outside looking in, that's what it kind of looks like to me. You stopped talking to someone because of an issue. We agreed on something casual, which is fine, whatever. We're talking about, however, she said she wasn't talking to any other guy or anything, but I felt suspicious that this one guy, so I asked him straight up, and he said he was talking to her that way too, even though I asked her multiple times if she was talking to him, and she denied it. Yeah, see, like, I mean, like, if you're dating around and you don't want to be monogamous, like, then maybe, like, you gotta be honest about it too. Especially dating with just talking still, I felt like, what the fuck? Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, and especially like if somebody asks you that kind of question, and like maybe if you're, because like people have different different dating styles, right? I'm sure there's like there's people that like if they try to talk to somebody, like that's the only person that they're gonna talk to, right? And then the other people, it's kind of like they're both kind of like talking to people, and then like realize like maybe like that's the one they want. I don't know. Like I'm not hating on like either one as far as like dating goes, but I think you should be honest in that aspect. She feel like that's a better requisite to have that he's yeah. I'm just saying, like, I think it's like weird that one, like you should just like if you wanna like be that person that like, like when you start talking to somebody, like then you stop talking to everybody else. And I think it's fair to be like, are you talking to somebody else? Because, like you like that's like a same page type of deal, right? I would assume that would kind of be like a same page deal. But I don't know, like these women seem like I don't think like they really know what they want, or they think they do, but the things that they are thinking in their heads are not things that like make a person a person. It's like, oh, I want this guy to be super tall and drive a sports car. And it's like, okay, like cool, but like what if he goes to the gym and you're fat and lazy and you don't want to go to the gym? Like obviously you probably aren't going to work out because you have like different lifestyles. Like I don't like I think that's one thing that I was like noticing, and I was telling Tox that the other day because I was like I think it's weird that they try to like put men in like these weird like personality boxes that really aren't personalities. They're like traits of them or things that they have, but it doesn't make them them. So it almost like dehumanizes men, which is like kind of sick. Like that's kind of fucked up.
Similar amount. And when women don't respect you, then you are icky because now you don't.
You wouldn't have even tried if she was honest, right? And like and I think that that's totally 100% fine too, right? Because like that's not the type of person that you want to like talk with, and I think that that's fine. All fine.
Have the
How's it going,
power to do
illusionary?
something
Good
for
to
her
see
that
ya.
she could not do for herself. Very unimpressive. So men are no longer good enough unless they give more, even though they no longer have more, never mind why, which makes relationships expensive and risky for most men. That's why men are beginning to ask, what do you bring to the table? I bring art skills. I'm a sensitive genius. Men are saying, you want all this stuff from me.
No, he brings good insight and his art, which I love. Just been lurking. Nice. Someone told me they cheated, and usually I wouldn't even try. Right, yeah, and I think that that's fair too. I think there's people that probably are like, okay, well, like when was this? Was this like 10 years ago, and like maybe it was like a bad situation or whatever. So we can overlook it, But I can also see that like if they admit to, being unfaithful in relationships, that like if you don't want to be with them, I think that that's fair too. I don't think you should be like scrutinized, or like she should be offended by that. But I'm sure they probably will be.
Art skills. I'm a sensitive genius. Men are saying, you want all this stuff from me, which costs me, and what do I get in return? Nothing? I get to watch you have it? Can I get a hug? So, to review, making more money than me is attractive, so when men make more, it's easy to find one. But also, men should not make more money than me, never mind why, which means that fewer of them are attractive. And when we're done with that, then where have all the good men gone? So what do you bring to the
Right?
table means why would I want to pay the cost of being in a relationship with you? I'm skeptical that this is worth it because I've seen this happen to so many men and they didn't even get anything on the way there. We're basically trying to avoid this. If daddy does dishes, then he can have beer. Otherwise he can't because mommy's in charge. And
Oh yeah, like that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of, that's kind of icky. More than being okay with being single, dating takes too much of a hassle, in my opinion. It kind of seems that way, honestly. This seems like, as an outsider, that I don't know what it's like to date now. I don't know what it was like to date, like, in a very, very long time, but it seems like it's a nightmare, and like my heart just goes out to you men, honestly, more so. Um, I hope you all find good women. I do, because like this seems like a whole mess.
does dishes, then he can have beer. Otherwise, he can't because mommy's in charge. And I'll do a naked hula dance if you change diapers. Otherwise, I won't. Imagine that's what she brings to the table for 10 years and then you lose your house. And that's not even the worst
Oh,
case
yeah,
scenario. So, what do you
that's
bring to
true
the table
too.
is a reasonable question, but the TikTok girl response is
The toilet seat thing is just so yeah, I don't know. I feel like some women just kind of like lose their shit over like really small stuff. Or it's like you see some of those videos and they're like, "Oh, I went to dinner with this guy, but because he like didn't eat right or like he God forbid breathe out of his nose wrong." She's like, "Oh, that's a deal breaker." And it's just like, "Okay, like, like oh, now I know why you're single." Hope this isn't in a house with kids to see. Oh yeah, right. I don't think we're even there yet. I don't think kids are a thing. This is just like, I think this is just trying to get in the door.
so what do you bring to the table is a reasonable question, but the TikTok girl response is just another trip down the spiral. Here's a fairly standard answer.
Y'all, where are the men that are just giving women money for just looking good and doing nothing? Because I am a lady. I don't bring anything to the table but myself.
Ugh. Uh. well. Well. You better like animals, because like I think that's gonna be like your longest relationship. The ick meter goes crazy. Anything will trigger it. Yes. Yeah. It's like it's weird. It's just weird. I mean, and then I also feel like there's also people that will be like, "Oh, well, like we just had our first fight, so like, so now it's over." And it's just like, do you realize, like relationships are not all like sunshine and rainbows 24/7. Like they take work and it takes time, and like you're gonna fight. Everybody has a bad day, and you're gonna fight. It's just about, like you guys get over it and you like work it out, or just deal with it, and you move on. But I don't know, like some of these women are crazy.
Good and doing nothing. Because I am a lady. I don't bring anything to the table but myself.
And another.
This is what I bring. So bronzer, powder, lip balm, hairbrush.
And if those girls were too subtle for you, this one should get the point across. The music really sells this one, but I can't post it. Also, she got POV wrong. There's the ever popular dashboard monologue.
You know what you bring to the table, especially when you are the damn table, darling. Like, you do have a table. Don't ever let somebody make you feel like you don't have a table. You can choose to eat at other people's table, but you got
The
a
world's
table
oldest
too.
job,
You
yeah.
have the table.
There's Shira7, the sprinkle lady, which means give me money.
Sprinkle. If you want a woman to bring something to the table, go to IHOP where you can tip her, baby. Sprinkle. If I bring something to the table, you're going to be mad because it's going to be another man.
And the memes that follow.
What do you bring to the table, Miss Nothing? I'm not no waitress. And if I was, I'm putting extra food on that bill so you could give me extra.
And of course, endless advice.
If a man is asking you what you bring to the table, it's already an error. It's a problem. This is not a person you want to date. They're not looking to expand with somebody.
3 things you can tell about a man who asks what.
Oh, I think they are though. I think that's like a genuine question. I mean, it's like these women give you the ick. 50% of the housework are okay. I will admit I don't do any yard work. I do 0 yard work. I will help out here or there, but I really don't do any. Tox does the yard work. Okay. But I make sure that we get our groceries and, I cook and, I definitely do like the other, I make, I make most of the decisions for us, like, when we're trying to like figure stuff out or, like whatever, like, but I definitely like take care of Tox, because I know that he does a lot as well. So it's it's kind of like, like I do like the house stuff inside, he's like outside. Mainly because I'm scared of bugs and getting stung by stuff, so that's why I sit here if you need help. Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. He is happy, okay? He is happy. They want everything done for them so they can sit around and do nothing except be pretty. Right, yes. People are really self-centered and entitled. It's kind of odd. See, look what you guys started. Look what you started. See, he's gonna say that. Stop it. Tox is fine, okay? He is fine. He gets fed. Don't worry about it, okay? He gets fed. Besides, he's not with a lady, okay? He's with a goddamn gremlin. So if anything, yes, he has to deal with just, being with a gremlin. He can speak for himself.
They're not looking to expand with somebody.
3 things you can tell about a man who asks what you bring to the table. Views relationships as transactional. He has unmet needs. He dehumanizes a partner.
They even made table templates.
Table templates?
Fear.
Smelly cheeks. A bad vibe.
I like her. I like some of them. Here's what everyone's getting wrong. Number 1, some people think it's all about money, and it's not. And number 2, it makes people who are dating treat each other like enemies. It's like a competition of who can take the most advantage of who they're dating. So if what do you bring to the table means how do I benefit from this relationship, or how are you adding to this relationship, then I am the table means I don't care. I'm doing me. Some of them haven't even thought about it.
I am only attracted to wealthy, generous men who provide for me. That's all I've ever dated in my entire life. It's all I ever would. I'd rather be single than split bills.
What are you bringing to the table besides your body?
You'd have to ask them.
So from your perspective, what do you bring?
She slides food under the door on a tray once a day. She lets me out when I have to go to work. That's not true. You get more than 1 tray a day, okay? All right? God, why you gotta lie like that?
Me.
So you don't know what you bring to the table?
I don't really give it that much consideration.
Essentially, you're just giving them sex, and in exchange for giving you money, and that's it?
Hopefully not.
Well, then what else is there?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Do you see how mad?
Well, that's... I think you just answered your own question. Ma'am, do you know what you are? Tox abuse? No, he gets fed, okay? You know what he had for dinner tonight? He had chicken and broccoli Alfredo with a salad, okay? He's fine. He's fine.
Not.
Well, then what else is there?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Do you see how mad she got? I don't know what's good about me. Now here are my demands. Here's a sneak preview from my next levels video. The drawing's not done yet. This level 1 here would be her needs and what she wants. Level 2 would be realizing...
Where's the proof of the food? It's in his stomach. I don't think I could do that to him to show proof.
Here would be her needs and what she wants. Level 2 would be realizing that others have needs and she has to negotiate. Level 3 over here is understanding that she lives in a world where everyone is negotiating with everyone. It's not until level 4 that you get outside of yourself and think, what do I look like to others?
If it's something he's proud of, I can't control what he does, okay?
Outside of yourself and think, what do I look like to others? How should we be negotiating? So I am the table is part of the maturity crisis. It's all deserving and no self-awareness. It's basically like a girl Peter Pan.
What girl Peter Pan.
I'm not going to answer this question. I'm not going to answer how many books I've read.
What do you expect men to bring to the table?
Integrity, clarity, consistency.
What is the female equivalent of that?
The same.
Then why wouldn't you just say that?
She wouldn't.
Oh, that's a good question, right? So you couldn't answer what you want. Although I don't believe her answers though. I think she's full of shit, honestly. I think she's trying to make it sound like she doesn't want to be like the superficial woman, you know? Because like had she said that in the beginning, then she would have like that girl would have been like, oh well, like why didn't she just say that to begin with?
Female equivalent of that.
The same.
Then why wouldn't you just say that?
She wouldn't say it because she doesn't want to admit
Yeah,
that
she wants
what
to be
other
taken
people
care of for
want
life.
matters. And the thing about that is,
yeah,
other
100%.
people don't agree.
You ask me what I bring to the table, I'm bringing myself. I'm peaceful, I'm caring, I'm loving, I can listen.
Whoa, hang on a second. Did she just name things about herself?
This is true though. I mean, like this is okay. This is like I know we have kind of regressed a little bit too far, but this is like a baby step forward.
I'm caring, I'm loving.
So you might say those are things that she brings to the table, and she named them. You could try that. This generation of women thinks that the table is all about money.
If you date and if you marry a what you bring to the table type of guy, you're going to be fighting over the toilet paper. You're going to be fighting over who bought the rice.
And yeah, money matters more than it used to, never mind why, but you're really killing this conversation before it even starts. People trade a lot of things in relationships, and that's really all relationships are, trading things about you, whether you have to or you want to. Relationships are transactional. Some people don't like that word. They say things like, I don't want to be chosen for what I offer. I want someone to like me for the real me. But there is no real you. There's no such thing. What is the real you? Who are you? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever said it out loud? You'd have to name things about yourself, wouldn't you? And those could be anything. They could be features of your body. They could be how much money you have. They could be your views or your values. They could be a skill you have.
Why would you fight over who bought what when it's necessity as long as you're both helping? Why does it matter? I think there's some relationships that it's kind of like almost like a tit for tat type of thing. Like I bought you this, so you should buy me this, or like I bought this, so you should buy that. Which I mean, I guess for some people it works, but I would say majority it probably creates a pretty toxic environment though.
They could be how much money you have. They could be your views or your values. They could be a skill you have, a hobby you enjoy, a place you grew up, or just your dreams for the future. The things about you are who you are. Some of them can be changed and others not so much, and different people will like different things. There are things you know about yourself, things other people know about you, things everyone knows, and things that you haven't become yet. But none of these things are just some
If you're alone something, I'll buy it. Right. Like I think a lot of like I don't know, like normal I don't even know if normal is the right word, but like normal people probably think of it that way, you know, where it's like, you know, like, oh yeah, like we need this, so then like, you know, like they buy it or whatever, and it's no big deal, right? But for some relationships, I don't necessarily think that they're always the healthiest, is that they will like make a big deal of it, of like being like, oh look, I bought toilet paper, so you know the next time like we're out of like whatever, like that should be on you. Or it's like, oh well, I bought 5 things, so you should buy at least 5 things, you know. And then they come back and they're like, oh well, I bought 7 things, so you should have to buy 7 things, you know. And it almost like kind of like that seems like a little like unhealthy. You'd expect from the other person, right? I'm gonna have an existential crisis in the corner.
knows and things that you haven't become yet. But none of
It's
these
okay,
things are
Ghost.
just some magic ghost that can't be named. They're things that you can see and talk about.
New exhibit coming to the museums near you, right? I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know in percentages like how many kind of like, you know, normal, just average people, are there compared to, because I feel like when you see social media, like, and you see these women, and then like, is it really that many? I mean, I feel like it's enough that it's like become a problem, right? But I also think that there's like a probably decent percentage of like good women in this world too. Unfortunately, they may not be the easiest to find, or they might already be in relationships, but just aren't going online and getting the spotlight. Right. Or it seems like if they do come out and say something, like, oh, like you should like, I don't know, like if it's your man's birthday, like, I don't know, like maybe buy him a cake because he'd probably love that. And then she gets like shit all over, and they're just like, then women are just like, oh, well, like, I can't believe that you would do that. Like, if it's his birthday, like, my man should be buying me presents on his birthday. And it's just like, okay, well, like, let's not get crazy. Okay. It's like weird shit like that. It's like you can have like the pretty, like, lukewarm take on something that's like, like not really like a big deal, but also makes sense of like, yeah, like it's nice to do things for your significant other, and then everybody like loses their shit over it, right? Because it's like, because men can't have nice things and you shouldn't do anything for men, and like fuck men, right? And then you have like the one like semi-normal girl that comes along and is just like, oh, like I did this for my boyfriend today, and like he really enjoyed it, or like I like took my husband to dinner or whatever, and then like the rest of the women just like lose their shit, and it's weird. Like I think it's really weird. Yeah, the bad people are usually like, it's like the squeaky wheel. I feel like the bad people are just the squeaky wheel that I don't think there's as many of those. Not saying that they're not out there, because clearly they are, but I think it's just like anything. I think they're kind of like the squeaky wheel percentage. Try to find a woman who is single that I felt a connection super well with. Right. And sometimes like maybe that just takes time, and I don't know where you find the good ones at, as far as like good women. I honestly couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I I wish I could help you all, but unfortunately I can't. The women's support men's health awareness this month getting harassed. Yeah, like that. I think that that's like that's not cool, and I don't understand like why you can't, like, why can't we acknowledge that like men have problems too? Like, cuz they do, and you should, and if you do have a husband or boyfriend or something that maybe you're dating and interested in and stuff, like you should appreciate them. I mean, I think that that's kind of like part of being in a relationship, is that you appreciate each other. I think like that's something that goes both ways. And so like wanting your partner to like, I guess like have like good mental health or do the best you can with it, and like vice versa, like, it's, I think that's like a two-way street too. I think everybody wants that for each other. And if you're in a relationship with somebody, I think that's what you want for each other. I think that's important too. So I don't think that things like that should be one-sided, I guess, because I don't think it's healthy, and I think it really puts men down. But then you can't really go ask yourself like, oh, where are all the good men at? Or like why are men like this? And it's like, because you made them like this. Like, this is your fault. Like you made them this way.
And things that you haven't become yet. But none of these things are just some magic ghost that can't be named. They're things that you can see and talk about. And the ones that can change usually start as thoughts, and then they become intentions, actions, habits, and eventually they become a part of who you are. And people are complex. There's a lot in there to figure out. So if you want someone to like you for you, but you can't name what you is, You might be the table. Relationships are about knowing what you have to give and what you need, and also what you won't give and what you don't want, and then talking to someone else about what they have, what they need, and what they do and don't want. That's the negotiation. And if you reach a deal, then you get to be happy forever. Just kidding. It's a constant negotiation. So it's not a flex to go, ha ha, you have to guess. It's just dumb and annoying. I once
That is a good point too. That is true. Like why do they make it into like some weird guessing game? Like that's weird.
flex to go, ha ha, you have to guess, is just dumb and annoying. I once met a girl who didn't have any money, so I said, okay, I'll take care of you, but I need you to get a better job at some point and kick in for some of these bills. And she didn't do it, and that's why I don't know her anymore. I later met another girl and I said, hey, I'm not doing that great right now, and she said, that's okay, I'll work through it, and then she didn't. Constant negotiation. How can you negotiate if you don't know what you have to offer? What do you bring to the table does not always mean you pay half. Usually it just means, what is this going to be like? Are you worth the risk of all this time and money and emotional damage? I don't know is not a great answer. What if you went to a dealership and
That's true. Like if you're trying to get to know somebody that like potentially you want to spend the rest of your life with, right? I think saying I don't know is probably not great. It's probably, um, that's probably not good. And like you probably need to do some like you probably gotta dig deep, and do a little bit of soul searching maybe, or realize that like just being like, here I am isn't gonna do it. Like that's not gonna build a good relationship if you just think that you need to like have everything, or I guess you deserve all these things, because I mean, and like you don't like try to help out in any way, shape, or form, because I don't know, like that just seems like you just want to be pampered. And if that's the case, then like make enough money and just hire yourself some servants. Like I don't know what or get a butler, because that's essentially like what you want. You just want somebody to wait on you hand and foot. Or I guess you become a sugar baby, right? And then you should be fine and just never get married.
I don't know is not a great answer. What if you went to a dealership and the salesman said, hi there, ready to sign? And you said, can I know something about the car first? And he said, I know this car's value. This car is worth it. Wouldn't you just leave? What makes you
Yes.
any different? And I can hear some of you saying, people are not objects. Yeah, but you like some of them more than others, right?
It's the same concept though. I totally get it. This is like definitely the same concept here.
People are not objects. Yeah, but you like some of them more than others, right? And there are reasons for that, right? So then what are the reasons that people would or would not like you? A lot of people just don't know. And that's why I made something for you. It's a self-awareness exercise. There are some explanations to get you started, some drawings to help you visualize, and finally a worksheet where you can compare what you offer to what other people want, so you can gauge how well things are working. You can use the table alone or with others. I designed it for dating, but you can use it for any relationship. Consult the table to get started, and you can get it for yourself or for someone who really needs to figure things out. The exercise will lead you through what the table is, new ways to think about who you are, choices you have to make a change, and a little story about me. So if you want to bring a little more to the table than myself, pick it up on my Patreon. We are not going to fix our problems by becoming more self-centered. If you want things to be better around you, you have to be what fits into those things. Taking a look in the mirror is a great first step.
That was good.
What do I bring?
That was a good video from him. That makes a lot of sense. More women should probably watch his video, but I'm guessing they don't. I'm guessing they probably don't like him very much. That's gonna be my guess. I think there's probably gonna be women that don't like him that are not fans of his. But I don't think what he's saying is wrong either. I think he makes a lot of sense. But I do feel for you guys. Can't turn off your phone screen when watching Twitch. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I think that was a good video though. I think he hits like some pretty important parts, and for you guys that are dating, my heart goes out to you. It really does. That's about all I can give support to you for. Is I wish you great luck and Godspeed, because you guys are in it. I mean, that is just something that I cannot imagine. I can't imagine like if I was to be single now, I think I would just forever be single though too, because I feel dating seems too scary.
Tell 3 strange but true stories. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story,
Someone will shit on Shoe's head. Imagine if they watched this guy. Yes, I think their heads might explode if they watched him. Dog lady, I'd have a bunch of dogs and a bunch of goats and maybe a couple raccoons, and telling people to get off my lawn. Be like, get off my lawn. You like I like Mr. Ballen. This is they ate the forbidden meat. We're gonna listen to three weird stories. But yeah. I just wish I wish you men Godspeed on your dating and endeavors. Yep, a shotty in hand and a rocking chair. And be like, listen, there's only one way into this property, and if I ain't expecting you, you best be on your way. I'm a spinster, okay? Leave me alone. No, I mean, like, cause like what Tox and I have been together for 12 years? I think we're going on 13 years. I think, is this 13 years? I don't know. I think we're going on 13 years. I think so. I think. Or it's 14. I think it's 13. I think it's 13 years. He's gonna come in here and be like, how do you not know? So I'm just saying that I can speak from somebody who's been in a relationship for a long time, that like, you know, some of the things that I have seen definitely seems like very, very unhealthy, and I can see why a lot of people are single. So, you know, like I can at least give you that insight of somebody who's been in a relationship for a long time. When I do see some of these videos, it does kind of like make me feel bad though, because, you know, I don't know where they are getting this information, and I don't know where they get this mindset, but like it's not gonna, like, you're not gonna end up with somebody, you know. And I think that a lot of people need to understand that, like, I don't know, I don't know if these women are just watching too many like rom-coms or what, or they're watching too many K-dramas, but it's like, you know, real life is hard, just like, you know, that's, I'm sure they know, but like relationships are hard too. So it's kind of like you gotta understand that, like, you know, like not everything's gonna be perfect 24/7, and the day that it's not is not the day that it's over.
story format.
You always love to hear that with couples. Congratulations, thank you. Yeah, I think it'll be 13 years in November. I think it's gonna be 13 years. But I'll tell you this though, like I'm like the worst kind of girl, lady, woman. I don't even know, like, because there's women that like they know, like, when they started dating, like their first date, and they know, and they'll be like, oh well, like it's been 6 months since our first date. I couldn't tell you, like, literally and I have set our anniversary for Thanksgiving because neither of us can't remember. like like when we like officially started dating, or like what, but we like our first date was like on Thanksgiving. So like even though that's not like the same date every year, we just use that as a marker because it's easy to remember, because I've never been that person that is like, oh, I have everything marked on my calendar of like, the first time we ate ice cream together or some stupid shit like that. Like I don't do that. Like I could really care less. So YouTube has too small character limit for me to talk about that, but my love life was always kind of chaotic, and I really don't want to be with anyone. And I think that that's valid too. I think that when you're with enough crazy people, I could see how it turns you off from dating. You doing such a long relationship? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And you've come to
He's
the
a
right
good
place
man.
because that's all
He's
we
a
do,
good man.
and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please steal the like button's phone and completely
I mean, to be fair, you have to give Tox lots of props though, okay? He's a brave man for adopting a gremlin like me, okay? So you have to give him lots of props because he's a brave, brave man. He takes good care of me.
rearrange the location of all their apps. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
I'm a good gremlin though. I try, I do the best I can. He just, he's okay with me being, a ugly, ugly, homeless looking person. Tux should be a hobgoblin. He's too tall for that. He's a giant.
On the afternoon of September 27th, 1956, a 13-year-old boy named Neary Morgan was walking with his two younger brothers through a desert in South Australia called Maralinga. Neary and his brothers were members of an isolated Aboriginal tribe called the Martu.
A bugbear,
and they were
yeah.
out right now to hunt kangaroos for their family. So Neary had a spear, and his two younger brothers had a club, and they also had a boomerang. And for a while, they had been tracking this particular group of kangaroos. But every time they slowed down and, the brothers got ready to strike, the kangaroos would take off. And it was very frustrating. But eventually, as they were walking, this group of kangaroos stopped at a watering hole, which was just a few dozen yards away from them. And so at that point, the brothers knew this was their chance. These kangaroos were going to stay here long enough that they could strike. And so Neary signaled to his brothers that it was time to move. And so they got down in the brush and began advancing on the kangaroos. But after only taking a few steps, they heard this loud rumbling sound off in the distance. And as they looked to see what was going on, the sky suddenly was illuminated impossibly bright to the point where Neary is shielding his eyes to just see what's going on here. And as he was doing this, this extremely hot gust of wind came blasting through and
Is this like nuclear testing or something? Oh no.
literally knocked the brothers onto the ground, totally disorienting them. And then from the ground, at some point, Neary kind of turns his head and he happens to look in the direction of the watering hole where the kangaroos were. Then he sees them literally floating in the air, coming right over to him and then dropping on the ground. And then a moment later, it was like everything just went back to normal. The sky went back to a normal color. There was no more rumbling. There was no more wind. Except now, you have all these kangaroos just dead right in front of Neary and his brothers. Now, of course, Neary and his brothers had a lot to process here. I mean, they really had no idea what had happened. But they're looking at this bounty right in front of them, all these kangaroos, and they're thinking, what's just happened here was a gift from God.
Oh, no.
Clearly, what we just experienced was literally God lifting these kangaroos up, ending their lives, and putting them at our feet. This was a gift.
I feel like this sounds like nuclear testing, and then they got part of it, and these kangaroos are gonna just be like riddled with like radiation or something. And it's yeah.
And so eventually, Neary and his brothers, after kind of standing up and dusting themselves off, began lifting up these kangaroos and carrying as many as they could back to their tribe.
They're
and
gonna
then
turn
that
into
night,
ghouls.
the tribe had this big celebration honoring this gift they had been given from God, and they had this big feast and they ate all this kangaroo meat. I mean, it was incredible. But then the next day, when the tribe woke up, everybody who had eaten any of that kangaroo was violently sick. Vomiting, rashes all over their body, aches, pain. I mean, people were really sick. And over the next few days, some people did recover, but a lot of others did not. And soon, people from this tribe began dying. And so naturally, Neri and the other members of the tribe did make the connection that very likely whatever was happening here, the sickness, was tied to consuming that kangaroo meat. And then other members of the tribe who didn't necessarily subscribe to the idea
right?
that, this had been a gift
That's
from
what
God,
I'm thinking.
just said clearly the meat was poisoned. But they didn't know if that was intentional, if somebody had done
that. Seems like a solid conclusion. God giveth and God taketh.
Said clearly the meat was poisoned, but they didn't know if that was intentional, if somebody had done that, or if it was just kind of a byproduct of something else. But poison, that's what was doing this. But for Neri and his tribe, this whole event remained a mystery until 19.
That's gotta be scary though, because this is a tribe that we're talking about, so I would imagine that this is probably I think all of the events that have occurred was probably terrifying. If because they probably don't have any concept of the outside world like that. So, when you see something like that, you probably have absolutely no idea.
1967, so 11 years later, when Neri was 24 years old. That's when representatives of the British government came out to southern Australia, near where the Martu tribe lived, and began trying to clean up the mess that they had made. It would turn.
Does this clean up, quote unquote clean up, like they're trying to cover their tracks because they done fucked up and made all these people sick? Radiation poison. Yeah, I think it's
all those
definitely
dead
poison.
Kangaroos that got kind of dumped out of the sky.
People's faith scare me sometimes because of stories like that. I mean, but it's kind of understandable with them though, because if they're a kind of a out there tribe that is not very in society, I don't know how, I don't know what else they could what kind of conclusions they could come to.
Mess that they had made. It would turn out all those dead kangaroos that got kind of dumped out of the sky right in front of Neri and his brothers were not the result of, God giving them a gift. Instead, the reason that happened was because of a big scientific experiment that was conducted in Maralinga in total secrecy. The British government was testing nuclear bombs. Neri and his brothers had been a few kilometers away from a detonation site. And where they were positioned...
They were like 3 miles away from that? Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Brothers had been a few kilometers away from a detonation site. And where they were positioned
Classic
was
government
basically
experiments,
exactly
right?
in the right spot.
Hey, at least this time, it wasn't the U.S. At least this one wasn't ours.
To where they would feel the effects of the explosion, they would hear it, they would see this huge lighting up of the sky, they would feel the shockwave, but they were just far enough away from the detonation site that the shockwave and the blast and all that did not kill them. It knocked them to the ground and made them totally disoriented.
God, that's what? I mean, if they were just a little bit closer, gosh, yeah. But I mean, not that what happened to the rest of their tribe is any better, though.
And confused, and I'm sure it hurt a great deal, but it didn't kill them. However, those kangaroos they had been stalking were technically closer to the detonation site. They were also smaller and so were more susceptible to an explosion, being affected by it. And so
you're not being the pre-watching allegations now. Hey, you know what? I'm a crazy person, so this one just seemed a little bit too radiation-like to me. That's all. I promise I have not watched these, but that one just screamed like a radiation story.
they were.
I honestly thought it was going to be the U.S. That it was going to be like the U.S. was conducting experiments, because I feel like we do shady shit like that all the time.
Just close enough that when that shockwave passed through, it lifted up and obliterated the kangaroos and threw them right in front of Neri. They were like right at that perfect separation point. Neri and brothers just barely safe. Kangaroos just barely in the lethal zone. And so keep in mind that Neri and his brothers did not know things like nuclear bombs existed. They're very isolated. They're completely cut off from sort of modern society. And so even though they saw a lot of indications that this was a bomb, they didn't really interpret it that way. Instead, they interpreted this as, oh, God has bestowed upon me this bounty. Like, this is a gift from God. But in reality, it was just this explosion, and the meat, the kangaroo meat, was not only devastated from the blast, but it was also littered with radiation from the blast. And so the members of the tribe who ate the kangaroo meat immediately got radiation sickness and began to die. An unknown number of people died from these nuclear bomb tests. And it would take 11 years before the British government would come in and begin cleaning up the nuclear waste.
Yeah, cleaning up. We're going to put quotes around that. Cleaning up.
The Australian government ultimately paid $13.5 million in compensation to Aboriginal tribes that were affected by these tests. As for Neary, he survived, and today he's actually in his 80s, and he continues to tell his story to younger generations.
At least he lived.
You know the feeling you get when you're listening to a story and it's so good that you're completely wrapped up in it and you simply have to know how it ends? Well, I can tell you that feeling, that is the power of Audible. Whether you're driving to work or hitting those 10,000 steps or just decompressing after a long day, with Audible, there's always a great story waiting for you. Strange tales, history, conspiracies, and everything in between. And the best part, it's just a play button away. Unleash your adventurous side with Audible's vast library of entertainment. Sink into gripping titles that'll keep you guessing until the very last second. Discover exclusive, captivating Audible originals you literally can't get anywhere else, and also be the first to experience exciting new releases from your favorite authors. I am still totally hooked on Tom Perrotta's thought-provoking title called The Leftovers. Even if you've already read that story, the audiobook version is a whole different experience.
I can never get into audiobooks.
Discover what lies beyond the edge of your seat.
I've always tried.
The next great adventure awaits.
Like anytime I get a free trial.
Start listening
and I think
today.
I can listen to some of it like from Amazon Prime.
Trial at audible.com/.
I can't ever like get into
back
them.
to the stories.
Colored smoke.
At 4 p.m. on Saturday, October 26, 2019, a 56-year-old woman named Pamela Krymeyer was hanging out in her son's backyard in Knoxville, Iowa. She was there.
Yeah, like that's how I feel. And I don't know if it's because I don't know if the problem is like when I read a book and if I listen to it, like maybe sometimes I don't feel like the voice fits it right or something. I don't know. Maybe the right voice reading it. Yeah, I always try, and I don't know, like I don't know what it is. Maybe like I do better reading than listening. Maybe I'm just like that type of person. They make you sleepy. Yeah, see, like I feel like that's what I probably use it for, and then, I'd miss everything because I would just fall asleep.
Pamela Krymeyer was hanging out in her son's backyard in Knoxville, Iowa. She was there with her son and his wife, who was expecting a child, along with some other relatives. And they were there that day in the backyard to have a gender reveal party. And Pamela could not have been more excited. So during the week, Pamela worked full-time as an assistant at a US Army base nearby. But to her, that was just a job. That was not like her identity. Where Pamela really put all her energy was her family. I mean, she really identified not as somebody who worked at that Army base, but rather as a mom and a wife and a grandmother. And she was so
Need voices to correlate with characters accurately, like in your head. Yeah, see, I kind of like feel that way too. Like, I think, plus I feel like I get more immersed when I'm reading than listening. Maybe that's what it is more so of like, I feel like I can kind of like immerse myself when I'm reading, but I don't really feel like that connection when I'm listening to something. Like not for like, as far as like an audiobook goes, like I can enjoy listening to stories like these, or like YouTube stuff or like documentaries, but I mean, I think you're, like it's like made for like listening, whereas like having somebody like read a book to me doesn't really do the same thing to me.
But rather as a mom and a wife and a grandmother. And she was so excited to find out if her new grandchild was going to be a boy or a girl. And so after a little while, Pamela's son finally signaled to the group that it was time to get started. And so Pamela and the other relatives got really excited and they backed up towards the fence on the side of the yard. And Pamela pulled out her phone to film this because she wanted to make sure she saved this moment for future generations. I mean, this was a pivotal moment in her family's history. And so all excited, Pamela's filming, and Pamela's son and his pregnant wife walked towards the middle of the yard where there was this device that was set up that was basically going to reveal whether it was a boy or a girl. Blue for boy and pink for girl. There was going to be some dust kind of shot out into the air. And so Pamela's son turns to the crowd and says, okay, you guys ready? And Pamela's really excited. She gives a thumbs up and she's filming. And then Pamela's son turns away from the crowd and he kind of leans over this device. He does something to it. And then he and his wife backed up along the fence line with the other relatives. And everybody watched and filmed, waiting to see if this device was going to spit out blue or pink. But before anybody could see any color, there was this deafening booming sound. And then for Pamela, everything went black.
Oh.
A split second later, the backyard was absolute chaos as people screamed and called out to call 911. It would turn out the device in the middle of the backyard that was going to be used to reveal whether the baby was a boy or a girl was a homemade device. Basically, it was like the cylinder that Pamela and her
Does this make like a homemade bomb? Like what? What the hell?
girl was a homemade device. Basically, it was like the cylinder that Pamela and her son and family had made that basically would fire off either pink or blue powder. Except the tube that the powder sat inside of was metal, and then what they were using to basically shoot the powder out was gunpowder. So they basically packed gunpowder into a metal tube, sealed it off, and then attached a fuse to the gunpowder. And so when Pamela's son went and lit the fuse, as he leaned over and lit the fuse and said, okay, we're gonna see what it spits out, he had lit, effectively, a pipe bomb. And then when the fuse ignited
Oh my god. It's not a real photo, but like
the gunpowder, the metal tubing exploded and sent shards of metal up to 400 feet away. And one particular piece of metal shard went right at Pamela and into her head. When first responders showed up in the backyard, they saw a scene that was absolute chaos. Holes in the fence.
A pipe bomb, yeah. Like what the
Responders showed up in the backyard. They saw a scene that was absolute chaos. Holes in the fence, holes in the house, metal everywhere. And Pamela lying up against the fence on the ground, dead. Amazingly, despite the shrapnel being blasted out all over the neighborhood and in close proximity to other people in the backyard, Pamela was the only fatality. And because it was ultimately ruled an accident, no one faced criminal charges.
Well, it was an accident, but still, I mean, like, I don't think that they should have been in trouble, but at the same time, I don't, like, maybe they should have, like, made their own? Like, maybe they should have just gotten those, like, confetti poppers. Yeah, like, at the dollar store, yeah. Because, oof. Yeah, like, who thought that was gonna be good? A simulation. This is what we live in, guys.
On the morning of October 30th,
your mom,
2014, a 54-year-old Russian pilot named Sergei Galitsky, along with his translator, walked into the Flight Safety International building.
Yeah, I don't know if I could live with myself if I, like, made a stupid mistake and, like, ended up, like, killing one of my parents. Like, that, that's absolutely terrible. But also stupidity, yeah. It'll be nuclear.
Named Sergei Galitsky, along with his translator, walked into the Flight Safety International building in Wichita, Kansas. This building was inside of the Wichita National Airport, and it was basically just a big training facility for pilots. Once inside, Sergei walked up to the front desk and explained to the clerk in Russian that he was here that day to try to get a certification for a particular type of Cessna plane. His translator then repeated what he said in English to the clerk, at which point the clerk nodded and said they would go back and get Sergei's instructor. A few moments later, the clerk returned, now with a 78-year-old man named Jay Ferguson, who was the instructor. Jay introduced himself to Sergei and the translator, they all shook hands, and then Jay led the two deeper into the building. And as soon as they were inside, Sergei and the translator saw all this crazy high-tech training equipment basically everywhere they looked. Eventually, Jay came to a stop in front of this big, white, circular pod that was up on top of this electronic base. Now, to the untrained eye, this might look like a futuristic amusement park ride, but to Sergei, he knew what this was. This was a flight simulator. So Sergei had been a pilot for over 30 years. He had loads of experience flying. He had flown big commercial aircraft and helicopters. But today, he was learning how to fly a sort of mid-tier plane, this little Cessna plane. And before he'd be allowed, even with all his experience, to actually go out and fly this thing, he had to do a couple of simulated flights inside of the simulator to kind of run through the motions, get some experience before actually going out and doing it. And so Jay reached out and opened up the door to this pod and gestured for Sergey and the translator to go inside. And so they did. Sergey went in, and he saw right away that the inside was an exact replica of the inside of a Cessna, like down to every little detail. It looked exactly the same. Even out the windows, it appeared like they actually were situated on a real airport runway. And so Sergey sat down in the pilot's seat, Jay took a seat next to him, and the translator took a seat behind both of them. Once they were situated, Jay and Sergey went through the mandatory pre-flight safety checks, something you would do on any flight. You just make sure the plane is in good working order, that your communications are good. Same thing they would do for a real flight, they're doing for this simulator. And then once they were done, Jay pressed a button which turned on the engine of this flight simulator. And it actually felt like it really turned on a real engine, like the pod began to rumble.
It's so crazy how they
like
make
this was
those
a real
simulators
plane.
now.
Then, once Jay gave Sergey the green light, Sergey released the brakes, at which point it very much appeared like the plane began to roll forward. And as it did, Sergey grabbed the yoke, which is like the steering wheel, and he began to turn the plane, this simulated plane, towards the runway. And it was amazing how lifelike this whole thing felt. The pod actually would move and kind of keep up with all the movements that Sergey was initiating in this simulation. It really felt like they were in an actual plane. And then, once Sergey had positioned the plane on the runway, he hit the gas, and the pod throttled back as the plane rocketed down the runway, and before long they took off and they were up into the sky. Once flying in the sky, Sergey kind of circled around the digital airspace for a while, kind of feeling out the controls, and he quickly found the Cessna was a little bit more sensitive than the other aircrafts he had flown before. So it took some time to kind of get his bearings, and then once he was feeling pretty comfortable, and he relayed as much to Jay, Jay began relaying directions and feedback to Sergey through the translator, just basically testing Sergey's ability to fly this craft, because at the end of the day, this was a test. Sergey needed to prove he could do this in order to get his certification. After a little while, Sergey felt like he was doing a really good job and he had good control of the craft, and Jay as well felt like this had gone really well, and Sergey had—
I have like no idea like where the story is going. Like I feel like this is gonna be really bad though. I feel like something really, really bad's gonna happen.
effectively passed his test, and so a decision was made to go ahead and land this plane back on the runway. So Sergey circled around and he angled the plane right alongside the runway, and he came down and he was taking his time and everything was going exactly right, and then right as the wheels of this plane touched the runway, the instant that happened, there was this loud crashing sound, and then everything went black. At the same time this was happening, folks standing outside of the Flight Safety International building, they heard this loud crashing sound, and they looked in the direction, which is toward the Flight Safety building, and they saw there was this massive fire and black cloud of smoke coming up from the backside of the building. And so they called 911. And when first responders arrived on scene, they discovered evidence of a plane crash. It would turn out there was another pilot named Mark Goldstein who was flying that day out of Wichita National Airport. Except Mark was flying an actual plane. He was the only passenger inside of a 6-seat passenger plane. And pretty much as soon as he took off, he lost control and he crashed through the walls of the Flight Safety International building.
Oh, those, like, even like the small plane crashes, they're so scary, man. They're like terrifying to see.
And he crashed through the walls of the Flight Safety International building. Specifically, he struck the flight simulator where Jay, Sergey, and his translator were busy trying to land their digital flight.
What are the fucking odds of that, though? Like, what the hell? That's crazy. That's like, you couldn't do this again in like a million years, you know? Like, God, that's really sad, though. This is some serious damage.
Where Jay, Sergey, and his translator were busy trying to land their digital flight. The plane crash, along with subsequent fiery explosion, claimed the lives of Mark, Jay, Sergey, and his translator.
That's heartbreaking.
In case you haven't heard yet, our newest—
Like, how does that even happen? Like, what are the odds of that happening? That's just crazy to me. All right, let me take a break and then we'll continue on. Yeah, mute the YouTube side. Why Kansas is pronounced how you spell, but Arkansas isn't, and I got stuck in that thought for a hot minute. How fragile life can be. So I know, and like, what are the odds of like just having, like the one pod that you were in, somebody happened to crash a plane into it? Like, it's just crazy. All right, I will be back. Alright, I'm back. Oh yeah, that ghost song, Mariana Cross. Yeah, that one's kind of like, I feel like that got hijacked because I feel like I used to listen to that and then um it's like everywhere. And I'm like, no. Yeah, so many songs get hijacked. Honestly, like that's not even like my favorite one anymore. I like Square Hammer and Dance in the whatever it's called. Those ones are probably like my favorites now. But yeah, I feel like a lot of songs get hijacked, and then you're just like, why is it everywhere? Like, what the fuck? Why you do this? Cersei? I don't know. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I have heard that one too. But I know I can't pronounce that one. I I don't know. I don't know, okay? I don't know.
Police officers with the Ann Arbor Police Department arrive at a downtown apartment
Listen, I can't pronounce a lot of words, okay?
complex to perform a routine welfare check. Despite the routine nature of the call, officers are unaware of the sickening scene awaiting them behind the door. The following series of body cam videos have never been seen before. On the afternoon of September 1st, emergency services at Ann Arbor receive a call requesting a welfare check.
I'm a social worker with Ann Arbor Meals on Wheels, and I was calling to request a non-emergency wellness check for one of our clients.
And do you know that client's name?
Yep. It's Patricia Falkenstern.
As the call continues, the social worker shares an odd detail about the situation.
And just so as a heads up, the neighbor has been answering her door. They are sometimes friendly with each other and other times not friendly with each other. And he's saying that she's there and sleeping, but we haven't been able to actually get in and verify that she's okay.
Employees and social work officials at Meals on Wheels inform authorities about interacting with Patty regularly and that her continuous absence is out of character.
Okay, well, I have an officer go out there.
As officers are dispatched.
You struggle to pronounce quite a lot of words. Yes, I am on the struggle bus like 24/7 when it comes to just speaking. So. Okay, I am the driver of the struggle bus when it comes to lots of things, like life.
Okay, well, I have an officer go out there.
As officers are dispatched to Patty's apartment, nothing is going to prepare them for the depraved scene lurking behind her apartment's door.
Needs to move away and the apartment starts stinking, right? That's what I'm thinking.
Hey, Keith. It's Ann Arbor. Police. You with Patty?
No, she's out.
Oh, you
she's
mind
out.
opening up?
What's the problem?
Oh, Meals, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Meals on...
I didn't have my walker.
Oh, okay. Meals on Wheels has been calling because I guess she hasn't been answering the door. They were worried about her.
No, I answered. No, I live next door. I answered the door.
For Meals on Wheels?
Yeah.
Okay. But is Patty here?
No,
Oh, where's she at?
I don't know.
You got her phone number? We can call her?
Is he like stealing the food too? Like what? This all just seems like really sus.
We got to make sure she's okay.
I don't know her number. It's a 616 number.
Okay. You mind if we take a look in there and make sure she's all right?
She's not here.
Okay, where'd she go?
I don't know.
Well, you told me she went to the store earlier. Now.
Why are you in her apartment if you're her neighbor? Like what? Like she's not there, so you're just in her apartment like this? Like it's
not
weird.
here.
Okay, where'd she go?
I don't know.
Well, you told me she went to the store earlier. Now you're telling me you don't know. You're not in any trouble. Nobody's in any trouble. We just
But
gotta
don't
make
know
sure
her
she's
number,
okay.
right?
I'm sure she's okay.
Okay. How long she?
You're sure she's okay? That's like a weird response too. Like apparently somebody's setting off fireworks, or there was a gunshot. I don't know.
Just got to make sure she's okay.
I'm sure she's okay.
Okay. How long
She
she?
went to the co-op.
How long she been gone?
I haven't a clue. I don't know.
Keith, you're not giving me the warm and fuzzies, man.
Nope.
I just
Me
need to make sure
neither.
Patty's okay.
She's not here.
Just as the social worker mentioned on the emergency call, Patty's friend and neighbor, Keith Kwasinski.
I'm confused with these names though. Oh, so okay, so Patty is the lady that lives in this apartment. Keith is Patty's neighbor, who apparently is in her apartment and has been answering her door in her apartment. Like, and nobody has seen Patty. People here out before 4th of July. Oh yeah. So like 4th of July, we just sit in our driveway and the whole neighborhood shoots off like huge fireworks, like big fireworks. It's kind of cool though, because we get to see a lot of cool ones so like you can't buy the big ones here, but everyone goes to Wyoming, which isn't very far, and then like so you can go to Wyoming and buy the big ones, and then everyone brings them back because like it doesn't get enforced here really. So like so we can just sit in our driveway and just watch everybody like set theirs off, and it's like there's some that are like really close, like just like a few houses down, like they set them off, and so like we get like our own like fireworks show for free at home. So it's pretty nice.
He has answered her door and strangely is now resisting.
It is American pastime. However, it will probably start like people will probably start lighting fireworks off, I guess now until I don't know, September. like you'll just hear random fireworks at like 11 o'clock. Like it's 11 o'clock at night here right now, so like 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, like it doesn't really get enforced unless it's like maybe like somewhere like I don't know, like or if you do something like stupid, like they might show up, but like they don't really do anything here.
The neighbor Keith Kwasinski has answered her door and strangely is now resisting letting the officers inside.
Okay. I just want to check and make sure, because if I don't check and somebody's going to call and say I didn't do my job right, and I don't want to get in trouble for that.
Like a fire has, yeah. I mean, like I think if like I don't know if there's anywhere that's like maybe a little too dry, like in a field or something, that like if you could potentially like light the field on fire, that might be a little sketchy. But I think people have done that too and they don't care. So it also kind of depends on like if it rained a bunch or something and it's not too dry. But for the most part, like nobody really does anything. And then I think there's like I don't know where there's like an actual fireworks show that I don't think is like very far from us because like we can hear it.
It'll take us 5 seconds to take a couple steps, look around, make sure she's not here, and then we'll go check the co-op for her. But I just want to make sure she's not in here.
No, she's not in.
Okay, then give me 10 seconds to check and I'll be on my way.
Yeah, like why are you being weird,
That's all
man?
I'm asking. We've met before. You and I have had many conversations.
Oh, hell yeah.
Keith and Patty are no strangers to Officer Favor, who has run welfare checks on both of them on multiple occasions in the past.
Oh, that's
something
not
that
comforting.
he will be sure to inform his team of shortly.
I'm not trying to ham nobody up. I was
working on getting rid of the trash.
Don't worry about, I'm not judging any of that. All I got to do to make sure I'm doing my job right is verify she's not in here so that we can let Meals on Wheels know, because they're gonna keep calling.
Right, that makes me more weird too.
Do you mind if we just come check? That's all I'm asking. We'll be 10 seconds.
Get rid of this trash.
I'm not worried about the trash, Keith. I promise. I got my own trash.
No, but I got to get on my walker.
Well, just let me in. You can get in your walker.
Hold on a minute.
All right.
Did Patty
Like
take
that
her walker
all
with
over the
her?
country.
No, she decided to go independent today.
What, trash a body, right? I feel like that's like what my spidey senses are telling me.
No, she decided to go independent today.
Yeah, that's what I'm not.
So much the action was so intoxicated.
It's usually when we come up and stuff.
Yeah.
After several tense minutes of negotiation, officers finally enter the apartment, but nothing can prepare them for the horror that awaits them inside.
That's not your walker, is it? That's a weird walker.
Uh-oh.
No, my walker's right there.
Oh, I thought you were going for your walker.
What are you doing?
I fell over that damn thing the other night, hurt my shoulder.
Oh, no. You need
Oh,
any
so he
medical
can't really
attention or
walk?
anything we can help you with?
No, there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna drag that out in the hallway and fold it up and get rid of it.
Okay. Do you mind if we just look through real quick and then we'll be out of here?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I appreciate it. I'm just going to try and not get...
So what the hell happened if this guy can't really walk? Like, what is going on here? It seems very odd.
too much in your way. Well, that would make me 5. I don't know if I want to be 5 again.
Oh.
Oh boy, take him into custody, Rourke. Put your hands behind your back, Keith. Keith, hands behind your back. Relax.
Right? Like, what did, like...
Relax.
In a bone-chilling discovery,
what,
Officer
though?
Favor has just found Patty's body lying on the floor. While the cause for her demise remains unknown, Keith's unusual behavior and attempt to keep officers from entering raise serious suspicions.
He was just, like, sitting here with her? Like, that's weird, too. And, like, let's say she had, like, a heart attack or something and died. Like, you know, like, it could be, like, something natural like that. And, you know, and if he found her, like, why wouldn't he just tell somebody? Like, why is this all, like, this just seems so
Keith
weird.
is immediately detained as Officer Favor moves to secure the crime scene.
Unless he did kill her.
I found the body.
Why didn't you just say
I
something?
didn't know how to go about it.
Just be quiet.
Okay.
Don't say anything.
I didn't do anything. Somebody else was here.
Right? Yeah, he's just like, because I don't feel like he could really, I mean, I guess I don't know her kind of, I mean, obviously she looks like I mean, there's 2 walkers in this apartment, so neither of them were like super mobile, so I don't know how exactly this all went about, you know?
Sometimes you don't like her, don't
Be quiet.
As Keith continues to justify his innocence, officers call for backup.
I'm going to need a supervisor and HVA out here.
How am I gonna walk without my walker?
You're going to sit right there is what you're going to do.
I didn't do it. Yeah.
Unless her loss made him go crazy. That could be it too, but it just seems weird that like he wouldn't just, like if he came in and she was already dead, like why wouldn't he just call the cops? Because like now he's just, you know, like this doesn't make him look good. At the same time though, like I guess we don't know what happened to her. So, I mean, if anything, he's just acting weird and he didn't do anything, but if it looks like she got murdered, like I don't know, like I don't know how well this would have went, like if it was him or what, because he doesn't seem like he's kind of capable, you know.
I didn't know how to.
Denial that she's really gone. Yeah, maybe.
I don't even have my wallet.
With the huh face.
I didn't do anything. I didn't know how to go about doing it because I always get blamed for other people's crap.
While officers have found Patty's body, they've still only scratched the
sad and
surface
weird
of
whatever
the more
happened,
horrific
right?
discoveries that await them.
Do you have anything on you that I need to be concerned with? Anything that's going to poke me, stick me, hurt me?
No way.
Okay.
I don't even have my wallet. I don't have my glasses. Oh, can I drop that off that house?
Where that's, I don't think where you need to worry about dropping nothing off.
Yeah, I was gonna go and pull it.
And that's fine.
Keith's chilling concern with mundane errands in the face of this eerie discovery is quite concerning.
I don't have my. If I got my keys around my neck.
Lanyard right here?
Yeah.
Yep.
What, you're gonna leave it open?
One partner's in there.
While an officer assists Keith as they prepare to leave the crime scene, Officers are yet to find out about the truly disturbing details that lie ahead.
What the hell is that? How am I gonna get in there?
You're just gonna go butt first. It's all right. Didn't mean to step on your foot there. If you need to push against my feet with your foot, go ahead.
Meanwhile, upstairs, Officer Favor calls his supervisor to relay details of the gruesome discovery they've made and some of the observations he has made so far.
Hey, Sarge. I don't know if you're familiar with Keith and Patty, but Patty is on the floor with a plastic bag taped around her head.
Oh, shit.
It's like across her cheek around to like the back of her head. I mean, I don't know if it was, but obviously some kind of
Oh, maybe he would have been able to pull that off.
I was not expecting this. Be like a neck injury or something along those lines if there's anything on it. Like probably in early August, maybe late July from the way it's healed over.
Oh,
While
God.
Officer Favor is trying to understand the nature of the crime, he relays more information about the supposed relationship Patty and Keith shared.
Yeah, and I found a bag in here with his name, his last name on it. I think that they both kind of live here.
And she's
like I'm not exactly sure 100% the full dynamic, but anytime that I ever deal with either of them, usually Patty calls because she gets intoxicated and can't find him, and he's just like out on the sidewalk smoking or something. And they'll go in and out of each other's apartments. I found mail and paperwork and stuff with his name on it in here. So they kind of just go back and forth. I mean, I guess they're dating, living together, you know.
Oh, okay. So, like, they kind of have, like, some sort of relationship, maybe. That's why they are in and out of each other's apartments. But then, like, do they... Because it sounds like it doesn't... I guess I don't know why he calls the cops on her, but it sounds like it's not anything terrible of, like, I think she calls him because she thinks she lost him. And maybe is scared that he's, like, hurt somewhere or something when he's just outside smoking.
Whatever.
On September 14th, 2019, 2 years before this incident, Patty had arrived home to discover that someone had picked the lock of her apartment's front door and left a stray box full of shoes inside.
Oh.
More disturbingly, she discovered that some of her underwear was missing. After calling maintenance and pushing a heavy chest to barricade herself inside, she told her daughter that she was being stalked by some weirdo in the building who knew her schedule. While Patty was never able to find the person who had broken into her apartment, on this day, police are facing a unique situation involving her. As Officer Favor scrambles through more evidence to identify what may have led to Patty's tragic demise, he shares one probable possibility with the supervisor.
I think, so I called dispatch because the injury to her neck is, I mean, it's healed over. If it was an attempt a while back, I was just going to see if they could pull any CAD notes. But there's like, they searched Clemmis and there's a assault DV with them from last year or so, and all his stuff should be pretty prominent in there. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised to see him answer the door. I was a little surprised to see her in the state that she's in, but him being here, that didn't surprise me at all.
While Officer Favor reports that he cannot confirm if Patty took her own life, he begins to search the house as he fishes for any evidence that can help them crack the case. His search is soon brought to a halt when an HVA examiner arrives, and more details of Patty and Keith's relationship become clear.
This is crazy.
Patty is in the living room. Appears that she has a plastic
What all
bag
happened here?
taped to her head. I don't know if this was a...
Yeah, I see some leggage here. It's hard to say, yeah.
Larry Ryan, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
I think
How are you doing?
like they both get drunk and just they'll want each other to leave their apartment, and they get into what I guess you could call a pushing match. But like I said, most of the times, neither of them can walk on their own, so it's not like they get too intense.
As more officers arrive on the scene and catalog the grim details,
Right. Yeah, that I mean, I think he's guilty of some of like what failing to report probably. I don't know if I totally think he killed her though. That's the thing. 'Cause like you saw him, like I don't know. I mean, like he can't even walk. So I don't know if I'm totally sold on him just
As
yet.
more officers
Just
arrive
yet.
on the scene and catalog the
Possibly
grim
though.
details,
Possibly.
Officer Favor shares some notes with Officer Rourke.
How long does it look like he's been? I mean, I think at least a day or two. But it kind of looks like it's healed over, like it's not scabbed up, but it's not an open sore.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that there's some level of homicide in here,
Or
so I'm
someone,
not
yeah,
going any further
that
than I need
too.
to.
So
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
I guess.
it's definitely like there's definitely like some weird shit going on here. 100%. It's just watching them try to sift through this mess, and try to figure out what exactly happened. Took the food service to get the police here, not him, right? So yeah, I don't know. Like everything about this is just weird. And I mean, it does make him look extremely guilty, though. So there is that too. Omission is still a crime, though, right? Yeah, I like if he didn't do this and she did it to herself, like okay, but I mean, he's still guilty of something, guilty of like not like reporting it or waiting. How I mean, what they said it's been like at least a couple days and like you didn't do anything.
Good thing I decided to ride today, huh? So yeah.
First, I thought you were kidding.
No. Well, trust me, when I pulled that back, I was like, oh, I gotta stop watching Criminal Minds. Just the first thing that went through my head.
It's funny because we've had a lot of interactions with people just walking up to our cars like, anything going on? The only troublemaker if you brought it, something like that. Well, looks like you caught me. Hello. So it's been that every interaction, and then we're sitting there, and he goes.
It's a big no. Yeah, absolutely.
And I was like, oh, take me to custody. All right.
As officers continue their banter, Keith is brought to the police station for questioning.
Closure, Sergeant Betterly. Do you understand why you're here right now?
I don't really understand. I didn't do anything.
Well, we got to talk to you about everything going on at your friend's apartment there.
Right.
So that's why you're here. You're just here so we can talk to you about all that stuff that's going on, all right? How is your health overall?
My health is shot. I've got arthritis, intestinal COPD. I've had numerous breaks in my bones. I've had a concussion.
Bro, stop making so much noise over
You
there.
blowing deep into the straw,
We're
please?
trying to listen to him.
Blow, 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 blow. You're good. You can stop. Thank you.
After getting his medical history and running several other checks, officers place him in a holding cell to be questioned later. The harrowing truths that would surface during the interrogation would rattle the entire investigating team. Back at the crime scene, detectives Jamil and McDonough arrive at Patty's apartment and get filled in on the events that led to this shocking discovery.
This was like this, though, when you guys came in?
Yep, I did step on it.
I'm not gonna lie, when the guy said like this seems like a Criminal Minds episode, he stopped watching Criminal Minds. This is like literally like what it kind of looks like watching, like from all the other ones we've watched. This seems like it's like not even real. Like this looks like it's like from a TV show.
Before I knew that there was a body with a plastic bag.
Like just for like how like
Just as the
crazy
detectives are
this whole
discussing
situation
details
looks.
with Officer Favor, Detective Jamil makes a stomach-churning discovery that speaks to the deplorable living conditions in the apartment.
He's everywhere on the floor. I feel like that's normal for her, though. He's on the floor.
Yeah, so I think those are baby wipes and an
Oh no.
adult diaper.
Okay, well, I'm not standing with that right now. We'll just make is that feces or is that blood? That looks like feces from here. Okay. We're waiting for Sean. Both of those
Oh,
look
God.
like normal for in here.
What the feces and blood on the floor have to do with Patty's death will become a poignant point in the case later. Meanwhile, Detective Jamil makes another curious observation that eliminates one of Officer Favor's theories.
And that's someone taped that on there, right?
Yeah.
So how could she do it?
So he did say to Rourke, After I told Roy to take him into custody, I came back around here, we put him in handcuffs, and he said that he just found the body, he didn't do anything, he didn't know what to do. And then he made a comment about how she has hit him in the past.
Uh-oh.
We didn't question him, nothing.
The ligature and strange markings around Patty's neck the HVA examiner brought up earlier will soon add another twist as to the possible cause of death.
Slit her throat?
Looks like it, yeah.
So we're gonna have...
It's healed over.
You gotta find a knife.
Yeah, but it looks like, it doesn't look necessarily that it's healed over. It's, you know,
scabbed over, like, yeah, no.
started and didn't dig in.
Yeah,
And
right
it was,
away. So it's just like fatty tissue, kind of? Because
it's hard to tell. Looks very strange.
After finding no evidence of the presence of anyone else except for Keith in Patty's apartment, detectives turn Patty's body over to the medical examiner. As Keith is brought in for interrogation, even these seasoned detectives are not prepared for the deviant details he's about to reveal.
Patty or Patricia Falkenstern, who is she to you?
She's just a neighbor.
Just a neighbor?
People would say that she's my girlfriend, because a lot of times we go out together. But she's not my girlfriend. We don't have or nothing. She don't want and I can't have.
A neighbor.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, like it's amazing, like some of these detectives and like the eyes they have and like how they can like see something like that and be like, oh, like, you know, this is something, you know.
We don't have or nothing. She don't want and I can't have.
A neighbor of Keith's and Patty's would later inform the police that Keith often told people that Patty was his girlfriend. However, Patty always denied such a claim.
What were you doing in Patty's apartment today?
I went over this morning.
Okay.
The security left at 1. My phone was dead. I should have told Meals and Wheels about it when she was there, but I guess I got scared. I hadn't seen her since Saturday. That's when we get Meals on Wheels 3 times a week. And then we got into an argument about the sausage. I didn't throw it out and I didn't eat it.
While Keith claims to have discovered the body on Tuesday at 2 in the morning, officers had only entered the apartment on Thursday afternoon, 2 days later.
All right, so when you went in there, what happened?
I freaked out.
Why did you freak out?
Well, she's laying in the middle of the floor.
Where was she laying when you went in there?
In the middle of the living room. I covered her up with the blanket that she ate. She had a bunch of sores on her, and holes and a bunch of dots on her. Never saw anything like that before in my life.
As hard as Keith tries, the detectives are not sold on his story.
You were found at the scene with Patty.
Yes.
With a bag around her head.
That's what puzzles me right there.
Well, it puzzles us, too.
No, then they used my materials.
What do you mean they used your materials?
What? My tape.
What do you mean your tape?
My blue masking tape.
To do what?
To wrap the damn bag around her. They used my materials. I was going to fix her windowsill.
Oh, I thought they meant like somebody took it from his place. Okay, so like he had tape there and that was his tape.
So what's peculiar
but that
to me
still
is
doesn't look good either.
You go into a room. Did you know she was dead at that time?
No. I knew something was wrong. With a bag over her head.
And how did that bag get over her head?
Well, I don't know that. I didn't do it.
But at no time you called the police to say, there's a dead body in here.
My phone has 04.
Having heard enough of Keith's excuses, Detective McDonough cuts straight to the chase.
Keith, it's your tape on her. It's your DNA on there. It's your DNA that's going to be on the bag.
I didn't wrap her up.
Keith, you came into the apartment. You've already told us that you covered her body up.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for him.
You got in an argument with her.
No, I didn't.
And it led to you strangling her.
No.
That's what happened. Keith.
We got into a little squabble on Saturday about the meat.
Keith's offhand comment about the meat will become more important than anyone realizes. Over 3 hours later, Keith's stubborn facade finally cracks under the force of interrogation.
During the argument, it became physical. Explain that part to me.
I don't know.
The vacuum was there. Did you pick up the vacuum cord at some point and wrap it around her neck?
Yeah,
He used her phone to pick up
Yes,
her
you guess, or
calls,
yes, you
right?
did?
Yeah, so I don't yeah, this definitely is not looking good, but like it just seems like this must have taken a lot of effort on his part because what he's like he's got arthritis everywhere. He can't walk very good. So like I don't know. It seems like he must he must be really, really mad then.
At some point and wrap it around her neck?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, you guess, or yes, you did?
Apparently I did.
I know you're using a walker, but if you stood up, could you show me how you put the cord around her neck?
I just wrapped it on.
The autopsy report will confirm that Patty had horizontal ligature marks around her neck, indicating homicide.
So she never fought back?
No.
Never resisted? So what happened after you strangled her and she was dead? You killed her?
Mm-hmm. I think it went home.
And then what happened?
Mm-hmm. I might have had a snack and I went to bed.
At what point did you cover her head with the bag?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. If there's
Why
a
did
will,
you
there's a
cover
way.
her head with the bag?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Guess I didn't want to see her.
So she'd been dead since Tuesday morning, late morning then.
Correct.
Keith
Sorry.
confesses to spending 2 days alone with
Smack my
Patty's body
microphone.
inside
My
her
bad.
apartment, and even admits
trying
to
to turn my
sleeping
head.
over on Wednesday night. It is what he does during these days that sends a chill down the detective's spine.
I don't know why I pulled her pants or whatever down.
Oh no.
Well, you're admitting you pulled her pants down.
Yes. I don't know why, because I couldn't do anything anyway.
Did you try?
No.
Did you use your fingers?
Yeah.
You did. To her or
probably both.
The autopsy report will also
Oh.
confirm that Patty had
Oh my
abrasions to those
God.
areas, indicating trauma. While searching Patty's apartment, authorities found more evidence alluding to these shocking implications.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Yeah.
I'm not.
That is
I'm
not
a little
okay.
concerned about the coloring towards the end there.
Oh no.
The Lucia figure that out.
What is that?
Don't think you want to know, maybe.
Oh my god.
We here.
Yeah, more charges. I mean, he obviously did it.
Yet. We're gonna let you guys figure that one out.
Yeah.
Back in the interrogation room, detectives bring up this disturbing object they'd found in Patty's apartment.
there was a bottle in the
Yeah.
apartment with
He is
a
barking.
long cylindrical.
Oh, that was going to be my swan or a goose.
Yes, but it appeared to have possible fecal matter and or blood. Not in your apartment, in her apartment.
Yeah, but she's the one that pooped on the floor.
Okay. After you killed her, she pooped on the floor?
No,
Prior
before.
to? Did you penetrate her body with fingers or other foreign objects?
I think I did.
The demented nature of
Oh
Keith's
my
crime is
God.
apparent, but the
And then this dude just like went back to his apartment, ate a snack, and went to bed like it was nothing. Oh God. Oh, that's disgusting.
answer to what set off this disgusting
How's it going,
series
Mel?
of
Good
deplorable
to see ya.
decisions is even more disturbing.
Know why I did it.
Okay.
No, you do know why you did it.
I'm not a violent
You just don't want to
So
admit
she
it.
didn't say anything to, like, you were standing up.
Earlier in the day, she did.
Yeah, Mal joined at the wrong time.
And I ate her meat or threw it out, and I didn't do either. I don't know what she did with it.
Outrageous.
That's true. Psychos can be any age. I don't know if he had like intrusive thoughts about her and he just let it go, but like, oh God, this is
Threw
terrible.
it out, and I didn't do either. I don't know what she did with it.
This poor woman.
Outrageously, Keith claims that he killed and violated Patty because of an argument stemming from sausages from Meals on Wheels. On February 1st, 2024, he pleaded no contest to murder in the second degree and disinterment and mutilation of a dead body. On April 26, 2024, he was sentenced and remanded to the Michigan Department of Corrections, where he will spend the next 25 years.
Well, he's gonna be dead. He's not gonna live 25 years. So I guess there's that. I guess, at least he's never gonna be let out again. But like, oh my gosh, that was like heartbreaking though. That poor woman. I mean, like, yeah, even if they weren't like the most healthiest couple, like that's fucked. Like, you just leave her alone and just leave, you know? Like, you don't need that. Just lucky when the time I join anytime. We're talking about vampires now.
Do you want to smell like human blood? Human common blood.
It was.
That's true. I mean, people can do horrendous things at any age. But yeah, it's just fucking disgusting. At least they caught him.
A female body, unidentified.
Yeah, at least some justice was served out.
The most important item they found was a front tooth. Probably one of the most violent attacks I've ever seen in my entire 18-year career.
I see blood everywhere. You had any involvement in this, I will find out, and I will prove it.
He was pretty mad at her. We got into a little bit of a scuffle.
Screaming that they should just shoot him. It took multiple officers to get him into handcuffs. This is the kind of homicide case that most of the time doesn't get solved.
Oh, God.
It's all bloody in here.
911, what's your emergency, please?
I think he may have been murdered.
The vampire Colorado. Vampires.
If you're on the way to Coral Springs, there's a body on the ground on the highway. So we pulled over to check it out. There was some guy laying there. So I wanted to go see if he was breathing. But I didn't see his chest. I did something or nothing. I see blood everywhere.
I don't think I've ever heard of this story. I don't even. I wonder where this is at.
On a cold morning in late September 2017, a passing motorist made a chilling discovery along Interstate 25 near the Greenland exit.
Where's the Greenland egg? I don't even know where that is. Where are we?
They drove by this already once, and they thought they saw something, so then they turned around and came back, and they knew they saw.
Okay.
But they didn't see anything happen.
Okay.
The body of a female was found brutally murdered, stabbed 19 times and
Holy
suffering
shit.
over 50 other injuries.
Oh my God.
When I arrived on scene and I observed the body for the first time, it looked suspicious to me. It
Douglas
was
City,
a female
okay.
body, unidentified at this time, and she had been pronounced deceased. She had a black object, like a shirt or a jacket, covering her face.
I have heard that like a lot of people like when they see like a dead body, a lot of people it's like their brains don't register it as like a body. A lot of people will say like, "Oh, I thought it was just a mannequin," which is like I mean it's not like it's like a lot of instances where it's like our brains I guess just can't like take in the realization right away that like maybe you just saw something like absolutely horrific. Because there's like a lot of instances where like when people like report seeing things like they'll be like, oh well, like I think it's a mannequin but it also could be a body, so they call the cops. But a lot of I've seen that too where it's like you know, like something gets, you know, like somebody dumps a body somewhere that's like, you know, kind of like out in the open or whatever, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, like other people will be like, oh yeah, like I saw it but I thought it was just the mannequin, so they just keep walking. Or they just keep going.
Her face. She also had a floor mat from a vehicle across her torso. And then she had a silver type sunscreen lying at her feet.
I moved this jacket.
Yeah.
I saw one to the neck. I put the jacket back. We pulled this car mat off. I saw approximately 2 to the chest. Can't be sure. Put the car mat back on. So I just want you to know that.
Okay.
I seen 40s female. I don't know.
We treat every as a homicide until we prove it otherwise.
The vampire, guess he inspired some. Yeah, maybe he did.
Okay.
going.
Okay.
Southbound, which we can just move over this.
Oh.
So
Okay.
we need to get a body or a car for the body.
I got you.
Shelby's shocked the community and sparked an intensive investigation by the Douglas County Sheriff's Office.
Douglas City? What does that mean?
I put the mat back. I lifted the right leg just to check for the good rigor mortis. All that's set. Talked to the doc on the phone at Cast Rock. She put the time down like about 10:30. I can write the solo for you guys. Yeah.
How long do you think he was here? Hours.
Yeah. Body's so cold and stiff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else been up here besides you guys?
Is located between Denver and Colorado Springs. Okay.
The witnesses said they remember a white Ford F-150 parked off to the side and abandoned up there. So that white truck may be involved in this. You want me to go up and check on that white truck, or do we got anybody to check on it?
Supposed to be a white Ford F-150 on the side of the road. Stop and check on it.
Every little potential clue might lead to the break that we need to solve this crime. So the quicker we could get to the vehicle to check it out and to make sure that it is involved or is not involved is imperative to start the investigation.
Well, glad those guys, curiosity got them to where they turned around. I can barely tell that it's there right now, especially flying by at 70, 75.
If they hadn't have seen that body when they did, that who knows how long that body would have remained on the side of the road.
That's so
And
true.
The longer a body sits there, the more potential there is for evidence to be destroyed.
Especially on a highway like that. I bet who would really pay attention to something like that?
Investigators then turned their attention back to the remains.
Fire personnel thought it was an older female in her 40s. Upon a closer inspection, the decedent appeared to be much younger in her early 20s.
Oh gosh.
When I was able to actually look down and get semi-close to the decedent, it was an indication to me that she had stab wounds and that she was not shot.
To me, I don't see any blood or anything around it, so it looks like it's a dump.
There was not enough blood on the scene given the amount of injuries she sustained for that to be the crime scene. We found nothing, no purses, no backpacks, no wallet, no ID, no cell phones, no shoes, none of the things that you would normally have with you.
She was fingerprinted, and she was later identified that evening as Shelby Weatherly.
Oh, the doggo.
She was a huge rescuer, so I think 7 was our high number. She just had a real kind heart about him. She had a pretty strong caregiver intuition, and that was something she always loved.
I knew Shelby her entire life. So I watched her grow up, and we were just more or less friends, and she was my niece, and it was a good time. A lot of fun seeing her have a good time. She laughed a lot, just enjoyed the moment,
It really takes a while to sink in when someone tells you that type of news, that you've lost somebody.
Just absolutely devastating when we got the news, and we wanted to know why. We didn't understand why this had happened. You had this empty feeling that you've lost a person way too soon. The investigation continues at the crime scene.
I wonder if we could walk up the hill.
That's what I was wondering. By the fence line, or take some pictures, shoot you down. I'll do that if you want me to.
Yeah.
All right.
We knew we were going to have to put a lot of resources, boots on the ground, to go out and try and gather as much information as we could about Shelby herself, so we could start putting together her last 24 hours. That was the first goal. But not having the scene of the crime itself and having to do it backwards is extremely difficult.
I feel like this would be so hard to piece together when it's like this, you know, because obviously it didn't happen here, like you said. You got to work backwards, but it's like you're off a highway. I would imagine that makes everything more difficult.
I definitely remember thinking early on that this is the kind of homicide case that most of the time doesn't get solved.
Ooh.
I was actually present at the autopsy. Her stab wounds covered almost her entire body.
Oh my gosh.
They were mostly concentrated to her head, face, neck, and chest area. So this was probably one of the most violent attacks I've ever seen in my entire 18-year career. So violent that there was at least one stab wound that went through her lip and actually knocked one of her teeth out.
Oh my God.
Detectives started questioning friends and family, starting with Shelby's mother.
Right now.
Well, naturally.
Yeah. If you didn't, I would do something wrong.
Right? Like that's pretty violent.
Her friends that she'd be hanging out with.
She never really went out with anybody that I knew about.
Oftentimes their mothers,
Reading the captions and you had to
and
unmute.
fathers are the only ones that really have any idea of where they're going.
We're just trying to get as many possible ways that we can. People who may have seen her, talked to her.
Her boyfriend that she became involved with at some point, he called me
Yeah,
last
it's
night and said,
absolutely
"They just
monster
seen it on the
behavior.
news."
And I mean, like, is this gonna be like one person, or is this gonna be like a cult type situation?
What do you have to say about that?
You know, pretty much normal. But then after you talk to him for a while, you begin to realize there's something not quite right with him.
People are usually by somebody they know. It's very rarely strangers. And when you're talking about a female victim, the first person that jumps to mind is somebody that they've had protection orders against, because there's a reason for a protection order. And that made him our immediate person of interest in this case.
Do you know where he stayed?
I don't. Exactly, Well, here's his phone number and his hotel room, but I just don't know what hotel he's in.
Would you feel
Staying in a
comfortable taking
hotel?
him back and asking him what hotel?
Sure. So, can you guys tell me anything that you guys know at this point, or how many wounds does she have?
She did have multiple wounds around her head and her neck area.
And cut her throat?
That's likely what was
Killed her.
fatal.
Wow.
Here, there is
Aw, this poor
definitely a
mom.
connection there and a desire to want to get justice on their behalf, to help bring some level of closure.
We're still trying to do everything right by her.
Yeah.
Both for her and for the next Shelby. So there's not a next Shelby.
Oh,
Detectives bring
Poor
Shelby's
woman.
ex-Jason in for questioning.
I'm the lead investigator on this case.
We wanted to get him brought down to the sheriff's office because this could potentially be a very pivotal interview.
right?
you work at?
Oh, that was just
CA
heartbreaking to see.
How long have you been staying at the Howard Johnson?
This is my second month.
What about before that?
Oh yeah, I was incarcerated.
What was that for?
Well, Miss Shelby, domestic harassment. We got into a little bit of a scuffle. I was trying to shut the door behind me, you know, basically lock her out of the motel. And so she comes like a raging bull. And I mean, there were no marks on either one of us.
The fact that there's been a disturbance, he's been arrested for the disturbance with Shelby, that he has a physical, violent past with Shelby. There's a lot of questions at that point that need to be answered.
When was the last time you saw her?
The last time I ran into her was maybe a week and a half ago on the bus. I didn't really get to talk to her much on each night.
And to be real clear, she was supposed to meet you at 6 p.m. on
At
the
6
29th.
p.m. on the 29th.
It's real important because
Yeah.
we're trying to track her last 48 hours prior to her. And you know what day we found her? The 30th.
How's it going, Quack? Good to see you.
The fact that they were supposed to meet up and that he admitted that was a pretty important detail at that moment.
So I need to know from Friday morning, from the time you got up, to Saturday night, everything you did, everyone you talked to, everywhere you went. Where did you sleep? Where did you get up?
I was at the house.
We don't see his face, and I wonder if that's like for a reason. Like maybe he's like, as shitty as he might sound, like maybe he didn't actually do this. How have you been, Quack?
College hours. I didn't go anywhere.
Okay. Did you go to work at all that day? Friday?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be streaming like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights. I think that's gonna be like my stream schedule for a while.
My schedule all screwed up. I forgot that I was supposed to work midnight to 8 a.m.
So you were at work from what time to what time?
From it was like a quarter to 1 till 8
You've been pretty good. I've been good too.
Where'd you go from there?
And I grabbed my coffee and went back to the room and passed out.
Common in stabbing cases, the offender will cut themselves. They have misses due to the amount of blood, and
I'm
they
on the
injure
skitty
themselves.
grind now.
Detectives start looking at his body, his hands, his arms for defensive wounds. He had no injuries.
We started running down his alibi, where he was at the time. The amount of blood loss that Shelby suffered, it would have been next to impossible to clean that room. And there was zero evidence that this was a homicide scene.
Yeah, so like I wonder if like that's why like we don't get to see who he is because he didn't do it.
It cleared him completely.
We're
as
just
being a
watching
suspect in this
videos
crime.
tonight,
So we have
per
no
usual.
suspects. And so we're right back to zero.
Shelby was very hard to track. No cell phone, very infrequent social media use. So we had detectives on the street looking for any known associates. One of the people they came across was Missy.
We are investigating a homicide.
Oh my God, who?
Do you know who this is?
Her name is Shelby. I met her in jail. That is so sad. She's a baby.
We're trying to figure out
Who is
everything
this
we
lady?
can about her. And your name came up.
I ran into
He's waiting
her.
for a
She was
skitty
asleep on the
stream.
bus.
And we are
I
on
was with
tonight.
Shelby, and I woke her up.
When was this?
It would have been in September.
Okay.
She called me the next day and went to a friend's house, James, and he said he invited us to go swimming. I don't think it was his house, it was his daughter's or something.
Okay.
She was going to order us pizza, and so she left to go get pizza, and she came back like a while later, and she said that she already ordered the pizza and she wrote a check, but we had to go pick it up. But come to find out, she supposedly, I guess she stole those checks from James.
Oh.
Missy describes James being incredibly angry over this incident. And without knowing what the motive behind her homicide was, he immediately became a person of interest because of that.
Like, I've hung out with him a few times, and he gets really mad. Like, he throws a fit, and I'll just be like...
You said he was really mad at Shelby. If 10's like as angry as you can be, and 0 is you're asleep, where would you put him about how angry he was over that?
Like he was like 9. Like he was angry.
So when you pair the violence of this attack and somebody who has serious anger issues, it makes you wonder, could he have been involved? Because this was an incredibly violent and angry attack that occurred.
Detectives track down James for questioning.
Show you a picture and see if you know who this is. I met this girl. Okay. She told me her name was Shelby. Okay. Where did you meet Shelby? Shelby. Missy actually brought the girl. Met Missy. We were going grocery shopping that day. Missy had the girl with her. Kind of pawned her off on me. Okay. And she helped me tote the groceries back to the house. Okay. We fixed dinner. We ate. Missy was supposed to be there, and she never showed up. So it ended up being me and Shelby there. I've not had any contact with her since that night. Okay, and why were you looking for her? Because we found out she had taken some stuff. Supposedly she took some checks or something. Okay. That's all. I never did find out anything else about it. I know she was still sticky-fingered, you know. you know, her.
This is like, I feel like such a hard part about police work because you have all these people that you have to like figure out like who's really like a piece of shit and who's not, and like who's telling the truth and who's not. And like I feel like you only have like so much to go off of sometimes. I feel like this makes their job so hard.
Never did find out anything else about it. I know she was those feet fingered, you know, her still.
Right? These are different stories.
James' version of what occurred was much more benign than what Missy was talking about.
Right. So like that kind of like probably raises red flags too, because but then like had he came in first and then you talk to her, then it still raises but then like how do you figure out like who really is angry, or did this even happen, or as far as like somebody getting like this pissed off, it's like I feel like it's like such a mess to like try to like get through. Yeah, everyone's pointing fingers at everyone else.
Much more benign than what Missy was talking about. He also very much downplayed his level of anger.
Which I can understand, like if you have anger issues, you're probably not gonna like, unless you're innocent, right? Then you're probably not gonna like admit, to be like, yes, like I get angry like very easily, because like if you are guilty of like murdering this poor girl, then you're probably gonna like try to make it sound like you're like a chill guy who like never gets angry, right? So like I feel like that's kind of deceiving.
What Missy was talking about. He also very much
like who's lying and who
his
isn't.
level of anger. That's something to be expected. People tend to want to downplay what they've done, how they react.
Yeah.
So ultimately, we needed to dig into James more to determine could he have been involved in her death at all.
The last thing, I noticed you're wearing some long sleeves.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. That's at least. Do you mind if Detective Walker gets some photos of?
No, I don't. You ain't taking no photos of me. I don't take photos. Period. Even my, I don't let my family take photos of me.
Oh, he's guilty. I'm just joking, but that's sus. That's sus. Like, roll your sleeves up, bro. Roll them up. Roll them up.
I don't take photos. Period. Even my, I don't let my family take photos of me.
All right.
But I mean, if y'all want it, y'all can get a search warrant or something. But I ain't done nothing wrong.
When we were examining James, he did show us his hands and arms, and there was no injuries there. This stolen
that's
check
a immediate red
situation
flag.
did not ruin his life as it was trying to be portrayed. It became pretty apparent pretty quickly that it was unlikely that James was involved in Shelby's death.
The detectives again turned to the crime scene for clues, and a name emerged: Mikhail Petrov.
The mirrored sunshade came back from the Colorado Bureau of Investigations and indicated 6 fingerprints. 2 were identified and processed and were found to belong to a gentleman by the name of Mikhail Petrov.
Michelle?
It immediately energizes the room. We dive into Mikhail's criminal history, his background. He's a 37-year-old Bulgarian male. His criminal history is significant. He's a violent offender. He's a known weapon offender. He's a bad guy.
I hate when they say this because it makes me feel like, okay, he has this history, and yet nobody thought that like it would be a good idea to take him off the street. Like, oh, he's violent. He has all this, like, it's like, okay, like, then why is he out? Why is he out in the world? Obviously, he can't be in society.
History is significant. He's a violent offender.
This is the kind of shit that like
He's a
makes
known
me
weapon
angry.
offender. He's a bad guy. I mean, he's a legit, true-to-life bad guy. And we now have a suspect.
And y'all just like let him out? Yeah, he has a history of violence. Like, why is he roaming free? Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, like, it's one thing if you have somebody to be like, oh, like he has like 0 criminal history. Like, okay, yeah, because like I don't know what else you go off of, right? But like, you are literally saying that this man has a violent criminal past. Why is he out? Like, why is he out in society?
He's a bad guy. I mean, he's a legit, true-to-life bad guy. And we now have a suspect.
The same
that
crimes
is
again,
on the
right?
loose.
Yeah, like at what point, like like, obviously this man sounds like he's a terrible person. So do you think that, like, you don't, like, I don't know how you could have any sort of, like, indication of, like, oh, he's extremely violent. So we're pretty sure if we let him out any more times, someone's probably gonna end up dead, right? Probably, I would assume. And, like, here we are. Yeah, I feel like people like this, you know, like, if you are an extremely violent person and you have a very violent criminal history, you that's it. Like, you're like the like you don't get to be in society any longer.
True to life bad guy. And we now have a suspect that is on the loose that we need to find immediately.
He's not on the loose. You guys have let him out. Like, I don't what do you think was gonna happen?
The fingerprints on the sunshade were a very key item of evidence, but they weren't definitive enough to make an arrest right then and there. So just because your fingerprints are there isn't definitive that you committed the crime. The first goal in that was to try and find any connection between Mikhail Petrov and Shelby Weatherly.
As we ran physical surveillance on the European market, we watched Mikhail come and go. He frequented the market on a daily basis.
Only crime people have committed is not subscribing to Skitty.
Did eventually go into the
No,
East
thank you,
European
Quack.
market and start talking to anyone in there. One of the people they spoke to was Valina, who was working in the market, and she definitely had detailed information about Mikhail, especially the day Shelby's body was found.
Alrighty. Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Valina's interview was very important.
You mentioned to some of the officers, and part of the reason why you're here, that he came into the store one day and
This was between 29th and 1st and 30th. I think it was on the 3rd. Yeah.
Can you tell me about him coming into the store that day?
So he came with 3 different pieces of meat. He wanted to cook something to eat in the kitchen.
What kind of meat?
A rabbit and I think beef, and the other thing was lamb.
Were they in packages or?
Yeah, they were
Okay.
packaged. They were bad. They like smelled like, oh my god, I was like, how are you gonna eat this? It was like, okay. I was like, that smells horrible. And he said,
Was
"You
that
want to
part of
smell
her?
like human blood?" He was covered in blood.
I was actually shocked.
Oh
to
my
hear
god.
that.
You said you saw blood on his hands?
Yeah, but he was carrying.
Or that showing her face. I'm guessing that she probably doesn't want her face being shown, so they're protecting her.
Actually shocked to
She
hear
didn't
that.
do anything wrong.
You saw blood on his hands?
Yeah, but he was carrying the meat at the same time, and I told him he's joking.
Given the outlandish nature of what Mikhail was telling Valina at that time, she didn't believe him, and frankly, who would? It definitely made me pretty comfortable that Mikhail Petrov was involved, at least in some way, in Shelby's.
Soapbox.
I think 2 or 3 days after that, he said, I think one of the people is on the TV right now, one of the girls.
Oh my god.
Have you heard about something like that? It's like, I don't watch TV.
So he was talking about a body somewhere. And that was a different day than when he was covered in blood.
Yeah.
Okay, how many days later was that?
For sure 2 days after, I never turned the TV on, and then my boss said, I know the girl because from the TV, but I actually know the girl from the store. And then they told me that she's killed.
And you're sure he said that he was one of the girls he killed?
Yeah.
You ever seen him with a knife or playing with a knife?
Oh, he always have a knife.
Can you describe?
It's not like an open knife.
So it folds?
Yeah, it was like really sharp.
So a big blade?
Yeah.
That really started showing us that, in fact, he wasn't just involved in disposing of her body. The whole goal was to find evidence proving he killed Shelby Weatherly. We went out and recanvassed a lot of those same areas and talked to a lot of those same people. And we did find multiple people who had seen Mihail Petrov and Shelby Weatherly together in various places. CBI was able to come back and say not only was the fingerprints on the shade made in blood, but it was Shelby Weatherly's blood. That definitely gave us probable cause to seek a warrant for Mihail Petrov's arrest. Not for first-degree murder, but for accessory to first-degree murder. Because at that point, we believe we could at least prove he disposed of her body.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He was known to be very, very paranoid and looking for any kind of surveillance. So we had to be very careful not to tip our hand.
It's because he's a bad guy. He knows everything he does is fucked up. So of course he's gonna be paranoid.
Not to tip our hand. So there were plainclothes detectives that ultimately approached from a bit of a distance. We were not able to rush him with multiple units because we had to stay back a bit. As soon as they came into contact with Mihail, they took their badges out and identified themselves as police officers and told him he was under arrest. And from there, the fight was on.
Just punch him in the back of the head. Tase him in the nuts.
Mihail immediately started screaming that he didn't do anything, screaming that they should just shoot him. It took multiple officers to get him into handcuffs.
Petrov was caught by the detectives in a sting operation.
We still didn't know where the crime scene was. We did not have the murder weapon at that time. So there was still all kinds of evidence needing to be looked into, gathered, and obtained in order to successfully prosecute
Right?
this
Yeah.
individual.
Yeah, he totally doesn't sound guilty, but he's saying like, shoot me. Okay. Like, all right, man. Sure.
So
Maybe they
a
should
big
have.
part of the investigation was how Shelby was transported to where her body was ultimately found.
We find out through our investigation that the Denver police had looked at a suspicious vehicle that was in a neighborhood on the southeast side of Denver. They initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle, and the vehicle ran. Denver has a no chase policy, so they were unable to chase the vehicle.
Oh my God, of course Denver has a no chase policy. Jesus Christ.
And the vehicle ran. Denver has a no chase policy.
Of course,
so they were unable to
there's a
chase
fucking
the vehicle.
surprise.
Detectives who were working in that area did find a neighborhood app talking about photographs that were taken of this individual and the vehicle in that area.
We also located another witness that saw a male party in that car with a mirrored sunshade that was partially across the front window and partially across the side window, and had taken pictures of the suspicious vehicle.
In addition, these witnesses were reporting him going down into culverts in various areas in the neighborhood and dumping items from the vehicle. And
God.
in one of those culverts, we found a plastic bag that contained various items, but the most important item they found was a front tooth.
Oh,
And
man.
it took a little time, and it took a forensic dentist and some DNA, but we were ultimately able to prove that that tooth found in that bag on that day was in fact Shelby Weatherly's missing front tooth.
Investigators discovered the car they thought Petrov used to dispose of Shelby's body 18 days after her.
We took that car apart looking for any evidence that would connect it to Shelby's death or transporting her. It did take some digging. We even took this passenger side seatbelt and pulled it out. You could see staining in the seatbelt itself consistent with blood. We found drops of blood on the side of the center console between it and the seats. We found blood underneath the door panels. We really had no doubt at this point that Mihail Petrov is who killed Shelby Weatherly.
Petrov was arrested on October 13th, 2017, and charged with first-degree murder of Shelby Weatherly.
We're able to charge Mikhail Petrov with the first-degree murder of Shelby Weatherly. Mikhail, at that point, requested an attorney and did not want to speak with the detectives.
I've been asked by a lot of people why I think Mikhail Petrov killed Shelby Weatherly that night. I believe that he gets joy out of controlling women and violence with women. And for whatever reason, whether he was having performance issues or whether or not she said something that he took as a slight, he completely lost control and violently stabbed and beat Shelby to death.
Held during the trial.
I want to know, like, what else, because obviously, like, he has, like, a lot of assault issues and probably a lot of violent tendencies. So, what point did anybody think that somebody wasn't gonna wind up dead? I feel like 9 times out of 10, when people are like this, somebody always ends up dead. So it's like, why are we letting them out? This is like anywhere. This is like all over.
Mikhail has no remorse for what he did. In his mind, doesn't think he did anything wrong. He laughed about it. He laughed to Detective Duffy that they didn't have enough evidence. I believe the jury was frustrated with his line of questioning. I believe the jury was frustrated with his behavior during the trial.
How do we get here is the real question. It's because you have people that are violent that keep getting let out. So, I mean, it's just fucked up. Like, if you're a violent person that has done violent things, you lose the ability to be a part of society, because then
the jury
this
was
happens.
intimidated and, quite frankly, afraid of Mikhail. Although they were intimidated, and they still held Mikhail Petrov accountable for the murder of Shelby Weatherly. Mikhail Petrov was found guilty of first-degree, and he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Shelby Weatherly.
He should have had more than life. He should have gotten the death penalty. He should have gotten the death penalty 100%, because that is absolutely vicious. Oh no, I clicked off the wrong one. We're learning about, what is this called? It's like
with Britain,
kids and the disturbing rise of junk food kids. It seems like it's gonna be kind of sad though.
With Britain in the grips of an obesity epidemic,
Yeah,
it's
that
not
was,
just
like,
the adults who are
super
overweight,
sad.
with over a third of children in the UK being overweight or obese. Now, this does beg the question, who is at fault for these obese children? Well, this is what the TV show Junk Food Kids looked to answer, and it uncovered the ugly truth of denial, excuses, and a lot of fast food.
Shops are to blame, governments are to blame, people who make the candy and the sweets, they're to blame.
The parents. Nope. Try again. That is not who you blame, but okay. All because the dude had a tantrum, right? Oh, and that thing I brought up about the Vegas shooting is crazy. Oh, I did watch a video about it. It seems like same type of deal. That guy was just kind of nuts. Going in for life is worse than getting the chair, because they get. The thing that I have a problem with people who get life in prison who I think should be dead is that, like, I don't think that our tax dollars should go to be keeping somebody alive who doesn't deserve to be here. That's my thought on it. Is that I think we are our tax money already goes to a lot. That if you are a waste of space and not acceptable to be in society and you are like a huge piece of shit, I don't think that we need to pay for you to be able to eat and drink and have a roof over your head. I think you should just be gone.
are to blame for overweight children, but they have to be helped.
Now, the first episode in the series is honestly pretty hard to watch, as we start in Leeds and meet Tallulah and her mother, Natalie.
But me personally, I don't even think we should have like lethal injection. I think we should have either you should be hung or we should have a firing squad, because I think lethal injection is too nice for like some of these monsters that like that have like in the states that do have the death penalty. I think that lethal injection is entirely too nice for those monsters. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. Whose crimes permit them one-way ticket out immediately after sentencing? Yes, I agree, and because I think it's stupid. Because even then, I think people that are on death row that like if they're like 100% guilty of like doing heinous things, I don't think they deserve to sit on death row for 20 years. Like I don't think that we should pay for them to like live a longer life just because they're on death row and that like we drag our feet with it. Now there's some cases that are definitely like kind of muddy that probably deserve to, you know, be looked at more closely to make sure 100% you have the right person. But there's also other crimes that, you know, like it is 100% them, you know, like there's no way about it. Like we know 100% they did it. It's definitely them. I don't know, you get 2 weeks. 2 weeks, sign it off and you're fucking out of here. You know, I don't think they deserve to be able to sit in jail for like 20 to 30 years. Bunch of them, they did not go into it in depth. Both sides have children I feel sorry for. Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, like I honestly feel sorry for the guy that got shot and his wife, because I mean, like, what? So you guys have like some beef, so you're gonna risk ruining like your family over like shooting somebody over for it? Like that seems stupid. I think that guy has some issues for sure. Going medieval, I kind of like it. I'm just saying, like, I mean, like, I know in other countries, like, you know, they have like firing squads and stuff. I mean, it probably saves you some money, and I don't know. I feel like it would save some money. I think it would save some money.
It's honestly pretty hard to watch, as we start in Leeds and meet Tallulah and her mother, Natalie, and despite her looking older, Tallulah is just 4 years old.
She's only
about to
4
start
years
school,
old?
but it's hard to find a uniform that will fit.
Do you like that skirt?
I do want it, but I want you now.
Yeah, 8 to 9 years.
Despite how young she is,
Oh
she
my
still needs to
God.
wear clothes which are for girls double her age, just because of the size and weight she is, and even then,
Ezekiel,
it's still
how's
a
it
bit
going?
tight for her.
I think even that might be a push to Lula. Last couple of years.
She's only 4 years old. This poor girl. Oh my God.
She's piled loads of weight on. But I'll have to get a bigger size. Adults that I know have said that she's fat. It absolutely heart-wrenched me.
One thing I noticed that she said was that she's
Oh, it might be heart-wrenching, but it's true though. How does your 4-year-old look like this? Like this is your fault.
It absolutely
Chillin'.
heart-wrenched
It's
me.
going good.
One
We're
thing I
just
noticed
watching
that she
some
said
videos.
was that she started piling on the weight in the past.
As a big kid, I get it, but at a certain point, there's child abuse. I 100% agree. I think there's a difference between like kids that are like chubby, because I think like there's a lot of kids that are kind of chubby and it's like baby fat, because like once they grow and go through puberty and stuff, like that kind of all goes away. Like I was one of those kids. Like I was definitely like a baby fat kind of kid for a while, and then like when I grew up, like it all went away. But I think there's a big difference between like, you know, like the baby fat kids and then like these kids. Like these kids are obese, and this is like not good for them. And I would think that I consider that child abuse 100%. The guy got arrested in 94, sentenced in 95, and died of cancer in 2012, and his execution wasn't even near yet. Yeah, see, like cool, he died before he got executed of cancer. Like awesome, but like come on now. Yeah, I think if you are like 100% guilty of like something absolutely heinous, baya. You know? Like that's it.
Heart-wrenched me.
One thing I noticed that she said was that she started piling on the weight.
I was always rotund, but that is way too much. Yeah. I mean, like, so like I was like I wasn't like I didn't look like this little girl, but I was like definitely like kind of chunky like as like a kid, and then when I got into like my teenage years and I like grew up and I like went through puberty and stuff, it was all baby fat because it was like literally overnight. Like I was not that kid anymore, but I was like eating probably like 10 times as much as I did as a kid. But I like didn't really put on any weight, and then like I was still playing sports and everything like that. So like I stayed relatively like pretty lean like for a really really long time.
Like heart wrenched me.
One thing I noticed that she said was that she started piling on the weight in the past 2 years, so since she was 2 years old, and Natalie tried to play that off as if it was a mystery as to where it was coming from, when it's clear that Natalie is just feeding her too much. It's also strange.
I'm not trying to be mean, but like the mom herself is like obviously not making the best food choices, or she's eating entirely too much. So I mean, it would make sense that her daughter would be the same way. Same people involved just escalated things and did not think we should stop this because it might not end well, and it sadly did. Yeah, I mean, like there's just, I mean, like I don't know if you can like put that on necessarily like outside focuses other than maybe like their families just being like, you should just leave it alone, because like if you go to like your communities, depending on what kind of community you have, a lot of people like want to see that kind of drama, right? So they're gonna like egg it on and enable it, which isn't healthy.
Strange that Natalie laughs when she needs a bigger size, which tells us she's not exactly taking this weight gain seriously, and we soon find out some immediate health issues because of her poor diet.
Being overweight isn't Tallulah's only health problem. She's also suffering from severe tooth decay.
When Tallulah was born, she never had a dummy. She always had a bottle. So as she got older, it went from formula to cow's milk to juice. Now I know that's my fault, but it was.
Well, I think a lot of these choices are your fault. I mean, she's 4 years old. I don't know, like, I think a lot of this is your fault because, like, she's 4. Like, what kind of decisions are you expecting her to make for herself? KK and Matt and Matilda was a bit close to that. I'm still pretty round nowadays, just more down my thighs though. Have you seen that kid though? The cake kid from Matilda? I think he's like super jacked or something now. Or he's like skinny or something. I don't know. There's like some kid from like one of my childhood movies. One of them's like, I think he was fat and he's not anymore, and then the other ones I think he's like kind of skinny, but yeah, she has tooth decay at 4. I mean, she's 4 years old though. Like this seems like just terrible. Just seems like really sad.
Cow's milk to juice. Now I know that's my fault, but it was easier for me on a night to give her a bottle of juice than to try and sit up with her all night and try and get her back to sleep.
A commenter summed up this section perfectly, saying, "I'm sorry, but a 4-year-old with tooth decay, that's disgusting." And I don't know if I'm being harsh, but I completely agree. Going from milk straight to juice, which is just loaded with sugar, and giving that to Tallulah at night is just ensuring that her fragile teeth are going to be...
This kid just looks like they're uncomfortable. It was easy for you, that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, I mean, clearly, like, if whatever was easier, right? Like, if you could buy your kid fast food every day because it's easier, yeah, like you both were gonna get fat. Oh, there's another firework.
destroyed. And Natalie's reasoning behind it is even more disgusting in my opinion.
So my guess is we might have some nights where it's gonna be popping. So I apologize ahead of time, and then it's probably gonna be like that from now until pretty much all through July. so if you do hear any pops, like I don't know if you heard that one, it's just fireworks.
Are going to be
I think.
Destroyed. And Natalie's reasoning behind it is even more disgusting in my opinion. Literally saying to the camera that she couldn't be bothered to make a bottle for her baby, and so just gave her fruit juice. The worst part is that Natalie admits she noticed the tooth damage, but carried on doing it anyway, and it's actually causing Tallulah a lot of pain.
They've just got
Oh, this poor kid.
That hurts me. That one hurts me. That one hurts
me.
All of them hurt me. At the bottom. I'm still right at the top.
You'd think
So all of her teeth hurt her? Oh gosh, this poor child.
after Tallulah said that her entire mouth is in pain that Natalie would stop giving her sugar-loaded drinks, but it seems to be the opposite happening, as her convenience is more important than her child's health, and Tallulah's not only got rotting teeth, but is also piling on the pounds. The average 4-year-old needs 1,200 to 1,400 calories a day, and that
You're doing
500ml
good,
bottle
nice.
of Ribena she was drinking has around 200 calories and 50 grams of sugar, and
That is 50 grams of sugar? Holy fuck. She can't even understand the full situation. Right, yeah, like she has no idea. And then like I don't even want to know what it's like for her at school. That's gotta be terrible. Just want to go out with people just want to go out with that holiday. Oh, it happens every year. This sometimes it's earlier than others, like when the fireworks start, but this is about right. This is about right.
500ml bottle of Ribena she was drinking has around 200 calories and 50 grams of sugar, and it isn't exactly going to keep her full. And Natalie once again shows her denial, as she denies that Tallulah's diet is making her so heavy.
Sweets, chocolates, sugary drinks, it's those diets which are linked to decay, not good diets. It's the bad diet that causes dental decay.
Here. Rigor. Put it there.
It's one of my favourite dinners.
I cannot see a problem with everything that I give her. I honestly do not believe she's put all this weight on just through what she eats.
Where do you think it came from? Like, honest question. If she truly believes that, where else did she just magically find this extra weight? She's 4 years old. So where do you think this came from? Like she obviously can't cook for herself. She's not making her own food decisions like that, right? So I would like to know where do you think she's finding all these extra pounds? Like I don't, given the same portions you're eating, what, yeah, right? Like this is probably more food than I would eat. As a short 5-foot female, this is I don't know if I could eat everything that's on her plate right here. She's 4 and her voice sounds like a smoker due to her windpipe being so close. Yeah. She just, I like, my heart breaks for this kid because she looks like she's just uncomfortable. And then she's saying that she's having a hard time eating because her teeth hurt. And who knows what other kind of problems she's going to end up with. Yeah, the mother should know better for sure. Maybe I buy her crap, but she's 4. Even if she was, at that point, I feel like even at like if they were 16 and they were like morbidly obese, I still blame the parents because it's like they obviously brought their kid up to be able to eat whatever they wanted, because it's not like this 16-year-old that's now morbidly obese. It just happened magically, right? Like it all kind of has like there's like a base to that, like there's like a background to it. Has to be the air she's breathing. Yeah, like the air has extra calories. I'm a small skinny. Yes, I am. I am small. I am not a big person. I don't know why you're my recommended. Maybe because I binge watched a trans VTuber yesterday, but I'm glad you seem cool. Followed you on Insta. Oh, thank you. I'm not trans, but maybe because I'm a VTuber. Maybe, I don't know. But thank you.
She's put all this weight on just through what she eats.
Once again, taking the easy way out of any accountability, she tells the camera crew what she really thinks the true cause of her weight gain is.
Thyroid.
Oh no, not this excuse. Her thyroid. Yeah, what? She has hypothyroidism. Sure. Okay.
It might be something to do with that.
But while Natalie gives excuses and continues to overfeed Tallulah,
Bitsky looks adorable. Let's fuck IRL. I look like a gremlin. I'm a gremlin. You're one sub off at 800. I gotta get on my alt accounts. No, you certainly do not have to. Last time I checked, I know I think I was at like 790 or something like that, or 780. So I hadn't really checked it as of lately. So, but do not feel like you have to do that.
Tallulah has been sent to the hospital as the pain in her mouth has become unbearable. However, before they even get there, Natalie showcases her awful attitude towards Tallulah's health. as she
799. That
can't
is
even be
exciting
bothered to
though.
make sure she
We're
gets to the
close. We're
dentist
close.
on time.
Today, Natalie has to take Tallulah to see the hygienist.
Gremlins are adorable though, as long as you don't get them wet. That's true. It's beautiful. Well, Tox has to say I am. Tesai has seen what I look like though. Modern gremlin, short wearing sweatpants and oversized hoodies. Yes. Well, to be fair, like most of my sweatpants are too long for me because my legs are so short. I pretty much walk on like all of my pants because they're all too long for me. Yes, Mal seen me. Gizzo is pretty cute. You're testing him. I don't know. I don't know if he's still in here or not. I don't know if he's busy doing stuff or what he's doing, but maybe come fall time I will do a face cam stream. It's too hot right now well, it's not hot tonight, but it's gonna be hot. So so maybe in the fall I'll do a face cam stream so I can be in my hoodie and stuff, and I don't have to like, you know, put too much effort into it. Have to sub on your alt to 800. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. You certainly did not have to do that, but thank you. Thank you so much. We are at 800. That's huge. You're 5'6", so I do that unless I get the pants hemmed. I have like a couple pairs of jeans that I can get lucky enough that they make short lengths for them, but even then they're still kind of long. They're just I just don't have to get them hemmed because they're like long, but they're not like unwalkable long. But pretty much all my sweatpants I walk on. Like all the like bottom cuffs on all my sweatpants are all worn and like ragged and stuff because all I do is walk on them. Yes, I hate summer. I hate summer. But we did put the AC in here already because we had a couple days where it was 90. It's supposed to be like 100 or like 105 or something on Friday. So the AC is in here. And like streaming at night helps too because it's not as hot and it cools off quite a bit that we can put the fan in the window and it like cools off the whole house. So nature guy, that's pretty short. You're 5'9". I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, see, like, I think I have a different perspective because I'm only 5 feet. So if you're 5'9", like you're still 9 inches taller than me. So like pretty much everybody's taller than me. Like I don't really have to worry about like people being like shorter than me because if you are, then you're a little person. So I don't that's not really like the norm. So like I am like pretty much just I'm like 3 inches off of being like a little person. So basically everybody's taller, like quite a bit taller than me. So I never really looked at like height as like a thing, or like it never really like height never really came into like a factor for me, I guess. I think it's just because I'm just short. Yeah, we are all about fall and winter in here. I love fall time. I love Halloween. November is great. Winter's like kind of hit or miss, like sometimes winter sucks, but I'd still take it over summertime. 77 at 2:30 and you're dying right now. You see, 77 is kind of hot. It's what is it here? It is 56. But it's supposed to get hot this week though. Like this is the coolest day that we're gonna have. Like the high was only like 75. But like it says Wednesday is gonna be 86, Thursday is gonna be 96, Friday is gonna be 100, Saturday is gonna be 103. So it's gonna be gross. It's gonna be gross. Yes, I love hoodie weather. If I can wear a hoodie, I'm happy. You love summer in Australia? I don't know what 35 degrees Celsius is though. If that's like 97 to 98. Yeah, I mean, like, that's hot, but I think it's like a dry heat over there, right?
Today, Natalie has to take Tallulah to see the high.
Spring and summer, you can go shove it. Wait, I don't really have a spring where I live. Our springtime is like the most bipolar weather you could possibly imagine. So spring here, it can be 40, it could be 20, it can rain, it can snow, it'll be sunny, it could be 50, it could be 70, it could be 20. Like I like springtime's like so crazy here, and it's usually like the worst time for me because it like makes my sinuses go absolutely like haywire because the temp, and this will be like it like all in the same week. Like it'll be, you could have one day it'll be sunny and 50, and then it'll snow, and then it'll be 40, and then it'll be 60, and then it'll be like 20 and snow, and or it'll be like raining, and it's like it's all over the place, and it's crazy. Welcome back, Demon. A lot of summer storms come through, and it gets so humid. Oh yeah, I don't like humidity. It's really dry where I am, so we have a dry heat, but hoodie weather is the worst because women will steal yours. I steal all of Tox's hoodies, and I can like, because he's so much taller than me, I can like fit my whole body in them. So I like to like curl up like in his hoodies, and I'm like in like a little ball in his. Oh, you're good, Quack. Good seeing you. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you're in Michigan and you have all the season, but it's so chaotic due to like some. Oh yeah, it probably gets really windy where you are. It snowed during summer a few times. Like oh yeah, we had like a few years ago. It snowed in like June. We had like it snowed quite a bit. We got like a few inches. It was weird.
Hygienist.
That's 9 months of winter, 1 month of the other.
Before the hospital will see Tallulah.
Hello,
but it starts
Lights.
in 10 minutes.
How are you doing?
And it's 8 miles away.
Tallulah! That's the Tallulah! Oh.
But yeah, if you guys want, like, come fall time, we can do like maybe like I'll do like one. I'll do like one face cam stream. Y'all can see what I look like. You can see my gremlin self.
Brilliant. So it means I'm gonna be late. So.
Oh yeah, it's when it's hot and humid. Yeah, it's like a sauna.
Apologizing for being late and getting much needed help for Tallulah, Natalie decides to go home instead and watch TV. She even belittles the dentist's work by saying she doesn't need their help, and Tallulah wouldn't listen anyway.
Tallulah hasn't gone to today's appointment, but Natalie wasn't convinced by it in the first place.
Like saying in how to brush your teeth. Obviously, she's still only 4, and you know it's quite difficult to get her to brush her teeth properly.
So you gotta make sure she does, or you gotta do it for her. Like, I don't, like, why do we, well, these are like too many excuses. My dad, when your bedtime was an hour and a half ago, because was the extra crazy. Oh no, well hopefully you can go to bed soon, or you can, you know, fall asleep in here. You're gonna show yourself skin unless you want to, of course. I mean, honestly, like it's not. I mean, I'm more than happy to. If you guys wanted that for like a stream, I could make it happen. Come when it's like cool again. We are talking about junk food kids. So it's the disturbing rise of junk food kids.
Obviously, she's still only 4, and you know it's quite difficult to get her to brush her teeth properly as it is. Never mind do it in circles and brush these
or whatever.
this
Yeah,
way
I know,
and
right?
that way. They're not interested in brushing.
unfortunately, I think a lot of these countries, even here, like this isn't grounds to have like CPS called, unfortunately. She's probably going to be playing this up since TV channels pay for this and it's more drama series, so the issues aren't being fixed or purposely. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's probably very true too. Having me time because it's summer. I don't have to take Vivi to camp tomorrow because she's at a friend's house. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's like kids that are raised on junk food and that are overweight, which is like kind of sad to see. And then like the parents, it seems, well, this one in particular has been basically blaming it on everything but the food that she's feeding her kid.
Brushing the teeth, really. Why would you want to brush your teeth when you can sit downstairs and watch a bit of, you know, Peppa Pig or do something else, you know? It's like it's a chore for her.
It's hard to believe what you hear when Natalie talks. Tallulah's teeth are literally rotting out of her mouth, and she's saying that brushing her teeth is too difficult to enforce, so she just lets her watch Peppa Pig on a night. Now, it's not just me and you who are outraged by this, and YouTube commenters felt the exact same, saying the fact that she blamed a thyroid problem and then couldn't be bothered to get her daughter to the
Twice that's
dentist
gone
on
for them to
time
intervene.
speaks
Oh my
volumes.
gosh,
And I
that
have to
seems
say, Tallulah's story
like
only
a
gets
bit
worse
much.
from here, as we see what Natalie buys her and her brother in a weekly shop. It turns out though, the children can't even wait for that to finish, as Natalie gives them food to eat during the shop.
For 29-year-old mum Natalie, one
Why are you like why? I mean, these kids are gonna have to learn like some self-control, but that's not gonna happen.
of the biggest tests of her control comes with a weekly shop.
I gotta get him something to eat quickly, just for while we're going round so they don't whinge and moan at me. Yeah, you getting one of those?
Soy sauce.
And soy sauce.
What's in that again?
Cheese and onion. I reckon it's got a bit of mayonnaise in it or something as well. You're getting apple juice to share. Right, let's go shopping.
As they
Oh
walk
my
around the shop,
goodness.
it seems like she makes a beeline to the crisps, or the chips if you're American, and gets the biggest possible bag she can, which she
We
admits
know,
will only
we
last her
know.
around 3 days.
Just gonna get some crisps now, because obviously they're convenient, snacky. See, that'll last me a few days.
I feel like there's like a theme here, or there's like a keyword here, and that is convenience for her. So like whatever is convenient for her, that's what she goes with. But like, look what it's doing to your kids. That's crazy. Yeah, I wish I'd never had any, to be
Is,
honest.
well, maybe like most of this week, a 20 pack. But they're on offer at the moment, they're half price.
It honestly seems like Natalie has no shame about her laziness, as she constantly talks about
true.
how she puts her convenience and snacks over her kids' health. She even claims that she tries every day to make a home-cooked meal, but
The water in a sandwich can't possibly harm you. I'm trying to get lighter, and it's not that difficult. It just takes commitment. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like a lot of us, like, I feel like here, there used to be like chubby people, like, you know, chubby, like kind of fat people, you know, and I feel like something shifted, and and it's like you either see like average people or they're like absolutely huge, and I feel like it's just like a weird phenomenon, like, you know, and it's like what happened? That I mean, it's so I was watching something on YouTube, and they said like for females, like for women, the average US women's size is like 16 to 18 or something like that, like size 16 to 18, and I was like, that's huge. And then people saying that like, oh, well, like the plus sizes aren't really plus sizes anymore, and like we need to have them bigger, and it's like, how much, like, and then they're saying that they're like 5 and 6X's, and it's like, you don't think that like maybe that's a problem? Like just like a little bit? Like even just a little bit? Should you go to the other aisle and buy some nuts and fruits and have way better snack? Yeah, I mean, like if you want a convenient snack, there's definitely convenient ones. But I mean, I think this whole family has to change their way of thinking. Easier just to translate to the equivalent in the US instead of literally. Anyway, our laws suck, but when it comes to protecting kids and young teens, We love some chips in this house too, but we do have fruit snacks and granola bars and veg. Yeah. Like, okay, so like Tasai has kids and like your kids look healthy. Like your kids are like at a healthy weight. Like I've seen your kids. Like your kids look very healthy. So it's like obviously, you know, like you have to make good decisions for your kids. Like I think that's part of being a parent. You're the only one in our house of 6 people that drinks soda, right? Yeah, and I mean, like, and it's not to say, like, your kids don't enjoy things, you know? Like, your kids enjoy treats and stuff and, you know, or, like, fast food or whatever, you know? But, like, your kids are healthy. Consumers and capitalist corporations who profit off selling horrible food constantly shoving down people's throats. I think that, if you can't control yourself from, like, eating too much, I don't necessarily think that it's, like, corporation's fault, you know? Like, I can go drive down my street and I can hit a McDonald's, like, within 5 minutes. Does that mean that just because it's 5 minutes away, I should go eat there every single day? No. Like, that's on me, you know? But I also know that bad food is extremely addicting because of the sugar, and, I mean, if you think about it, like a lot of the scientists from the cigarette companies made art. They work for like big food corporations. But I also don't think that I mean, like, do they want it to look appealing to you? Absolutely. But it's kind of like on you. You know, like that's just like saying like, oh, well, McDonald's made me gain 300 pounds. Not really. It's not McDonald's fault that it's there. Like they have every right to be there. It's on you if you decide to go eat there 3 times a day, every day. You know what I mean? So, like, I think that's just kind of, like, how it is. Like, sometimes you gotta take responsibility for yourself. There's so much sugar in America food, it adds to addiction. I think we have, like, a lot of weird shit in our food, though, too, which I don't know if that makes it more addicting or not, to be honest. You can choose to not get these. How's it going, Reaver? Well said. I mean, I'm just like that's just my opinion and my perspective on it. You know that I think that like yes, advertising is very appealing, and they're gonna and we do have like anything that's not good tastes good, right? Like I mean that's like yes, totally get it. Reaver, thank you so much for the sub. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to like gorge ourselves uncontrollably on it, like you got to have balance. You just got to have like a good balance in your life. And no one's saying that you can't eat cookies. No one's saying that you can't go eat McDonald's either. It's just that you got to have like a good balance in your life. And like, if you don't want to be 400 pounds, if you do, like by all means, knock yourself out. No one's saying you shouldn't, you can't be fat, I guess, like do you. Responsibility in this day and age can't have that. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a lot easier for people to blame everybody else instead of being like, oh, like I should have made better choices, right? It's much easier to just be like, oh yeah, it's totally their fault. Comes down to you at the end of the day, but often they use deceptive advertising psychological tactics to portray their foods as healthy when there really isn't. I do agree with you in a fact that I think when all the food that came out that says low fat, I think that is extremely deceptive, and I think that a lot of people fall for that. I think all low fat like yogurt is terrible. It is like so, and I think a lot of people look at low fat, the label of it, like when it just says low fat, right? But it's really not that much better for you than like the actual shit, you know what I mean? So like you're better off just eating regular yogurt than low fat yogurt. Like low fat yogurt has a shit ton of sugar in it because they have to put it in there because else it's going to taste like ass if it doesn't. So I definitely think that I do agree with you like in that perspective of like they definitely like to mislabel food as you think it's healthy for you, but then as somebody who maybe like doesn't read labels or doesn't really understand like how to read a food label, they're just going to see like low fat or like baked lays or whatever, you know what I mean? And then they're gonna think that they're eating healthy, but it's really not that much better for you. We all eat McDonald's, but they also play outside. Right, yeah, it's like a good balance. What about Taco Bell? Can I eat that every day? Yo, I actually saw a guy who ate Taco Bell every day and he lost weight. So yeah.
Over her kids' health. She even claims that she tries every day to make a home-cooked meal, but can't be bothered to cook for 2 hours. But realistically, a healthy meal probably takes like 20 minutes on average. And if you struggle for healthy meal ideas,
Yeah, so he ate, I mean, like, he did it, like, where I think he figured out, like, how many, like, I think he got all his macros and stuff figured out, but he ate Taco Bell every day for, like, 3 meals or something, and he ended up losing weight, and he said, like, then he went and got his blood drawn, and I think his blood level, like, all his, like, blood panels were actually better. I think some of the stuff he chose was, like, some of the protein stuff, too, like, their protein bowls or whatever, but, yeah, he actually lost weight.
but realistically, a healthy meal probably takes like 20 minutes on average. And if you struggle for healthy meal ideas like Natalie, I'd highly recommend you sign up for the Fat Loss Kitchen, which is my newsletter where we share weekly healthy meals.
Yeah, I think
all
it
for
depends on
completely
what
free.
you eat at
I made
Taco
this
Bell.
with my good friend Johnny to prove that healthy, low-calorie meals shouldn't break the bank or take hours to prepare. Some of the reviews have been amazing, and the response to the recipes has been great, which makes me feel like we're having a real...
I subscribe to this guy's channel, and he posts on his community posts. I don't know if he, like, if his viewers send in, like, before and afters, but, like, one person, I think they were on, like, My 600-Pound Life, had sent in, like, a before and after picture, and it was, like, night and day. Like, this guy got super healthy, and then he shared something that he ate, like, while he was on his diet, or, like, while he was on his, like, weight loss journey or whatever you want to call it, and, like, so he added it to, like, this recipe website that he has, which I think is pretty cool. Like, that's pretty cool to do.
Impact. The link is in the description to sign up, and meals get sent out every Friday evening.
Black bean
for
burritos and stuff, I guess I can
free.
see it. No, he was eating all kinds of stuff. Like, I mean, he was eating, like, tacos and, like, quesadillas, and then I think he got, like, some of the, like, power bowl or protein bowl stuff.
Back to Natalie's shopping trip, and after Tallulah and her brother have moaned throughout the entire shop after their food ran out, they begged their mother for chocolate. And I honestly think this is something
Great
that a lot of
transition.
parents probably go through, with kids begging them for chocolate. And I'm not a parent myself, so I can't really...
I mean, in reality, though, like, you could eat anything if you stayed in your calorie, or if you wanted to lose weight and you went into you stayed in your calorie deficit, like, you would lose weight. I mean, you might be a lot more hungry, because if you're eating crap, you're probably gonna feel like you're starving. But I mean, realistically, you could eat whatever you wanted, and, like, technically lose weight. You just might be really, really hungry. Was almost as good as casuals, right?
A
Yeah,
lot of parents probably go through
his
with
was
kids
great.
begging them for chocolate. And I'm not a parent myself, so I can't really speak from experience. However, it does seem like after they whine for something, that's not the time to give them the treat, as it just reinforces the idea that if they whine, then they get a reward.
What have
I
you been
like
up to,
just
Light?
have
It's
an
good to
easy
see
life.
you.
I think everybody likes an easy life. No, you're not. No, sorry. Come on. Sometimes I think to myself, no, I shouldn't give in. You're not having Kinder eggs. But I do. Go and get a Kinder egg each, quickly.
Unfortunately, Natalie's easy life is coming at the cost of Tallulah's health, who realistically doesn't really understand that this bad diet is having such a bad effect on her.
That's so
But
true,
it gets
too.
revealed at the doctor's visit, which Natalie managed to attend this time. When the doctor, named Monty, asks Natalie about her eating habits and how often she brushes her teeth, Natalie just lies in his face, which Monty sees straight through.
Does she snack quite frequently?
She does snack. I won't say she eats it's always sweet stuff that she's snacking on, but she does like sweet stuff. But I have cut her down.
The funny thing.
Does anybody believe this? I mean, does anybody believe, like, ma'am, why are you lying to the people who try to help you? I mean, like, unfortunately for her, like, the proof is in the pudding, which is your kid's teeth. So you might as well just fess up. Keeping your health, eating healthy is so much more imperative than your own health, since they don't understand the harm, right? I mean, I think that's part of the problem, is that she doesn't eat healthy, right? Like, she's clearly not too concerned about her weight, so then, like, that's just gonna trickle down to her kids. the justification she's giving, right? Proof is in the pudding, no pun intended. I mean, yeah, I mean, let's not. I'm not. I was not trying to make a fat joke there.
Snacking off, but she does like sweet stuff. But I have cut
Yeah,
her
like
down.
you have
The
to be
funny
a role
thing is,
model
right,
to your kids.
if most parents and most children know the right answers to the questions you ask them. You say to them, does he eat sweets?
He should have asked the kid, like, what's your favorite, like, what kind of snacks do you eat, or like, what do you have for lunch? He should have been asking the kid that, because the kid's gonna be honest.
Answers to the questions you ask them. You say to them, does he eat sweets? Not often. He only has it with a meal. How many times does he brush his teeth a day? Do you think any parent's going to say to me, never? They say, twice. Every parent knows what the right answer is. So, of course, we have to be
Oh, that's
detective.
good.
But
Yeah,
these lies are
that is a
soon
good point.
exposed when Monty takes a look at Tallulah's teeth, and it's a heartbreaking sight, as her mouth is just filled with abscesses and rotten teeth.
Oh my
Tallulah even
gosh.
admits that sometimes the pain gets so bad that it wakes her up at night, which honestly should be a wake-up call for Natalie herself. And although Monty says he isn't allowed to blame the parents,
Takes 2
it's
minutes
safe
out of
to
your
say
day
the
so
fault
easy,
falls
right?
directly onto Natalie for.
Well, I mean, her excuse is that Tallulah doesn't like doing it, and like, why should she waste that time when she can just go watch Peppa Pig? Like, that was literally her excuse for it, and it's like, because she's a kid. Kids don't want to do anything. If she, like most kids, if you didn't make them, they would never bathe. That's just kind of how kids are. They would never bathe, they would never brush their teeth, and they would never change their clothes, or they wouldn't change their underwear. They would never brush their hair. Like, if you let kids just do whatever they wanted, they would be disgusting. Like, that's why you're a parent. It's because you have to, like, keep them healthy. You have to make sure they shower. You have to make sure they brush their teeth. You gotta make sure they brush their hair. You gotta make sure they're wearing clean clothes. Like, that's, like, kind of part of, like, your responsibility of being a parent. I don't even have kids and I know this. Using Peppa Pig as a reward for eating healthy or brushing. Yeah, exactly. See, like, that would be great. Yeah, like, go brush your teeth and you can watch an episode. Like, that's how you get your kids to do shit. Starts hurting 1 point, so I started brushing again. I was young and stupid for not. Yeah.
Yes. Because Tallulah is so young, the effects of her obesity won't be of immediate concern, but just the fact that her daughter has rotten teeth, has an insatiable hunger, and wakes up in pain during the night, or because Natalie, to be blunt, is too lazy to give her the proper care, it's a heartbreaking situation. Now, eventually, Tallulah is
it's not convenient for her.
Teeth, and the sight of her daughter being put to sleep seems to finally trigger something inside Natalie to take accountability for what she's done.
Sadness and guilt all mixed into one. She's my
You should feel guilty. You should feel guilty.
world. It's my choice what I've given her, and the foods and drinks that I've given her is up to me. So it's not her fault, is it? It's my fault.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna cry. I'm just strong.
This is a far cry to her attitude at the beginning of her episode, where she wanted to blame everything and anyone except herself. And this is like Denise's parents, who is older than Tallulah, so can make her own decisions. However, she isn't exactly being supported by her family, and that has meant she weighs a staggering 224 pounds at the age of just...
She's 224 pounds and she's 13. This girl's 13 years old and she weighs more than most men, like grown men. This poor girl. Biological mother was neglectful like this, not in food, but always letting me sit on my Xbox all day. Yeah, I mean, like, I think we probably all got some, like, unhealthy habits from, like, our parents just letting us do things that we probably shouldn't be doing for, like, way too long, you know? But, like, I feel like food's kind of important, though. So, like, if your parents aren't being responsible with at least, like, food and like, some other, like, probably important shit, you know, then you probably are gonna have, like, some harder adult life things, body things go on. I've improved, but I want to try to start twice a day now instead of just once. Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, I think that's still better. That's heavier than you. That girl's almost twice your weight. I mean, I can't. She's 13. This poor girl is 13 years old.
her family, and that has meant she weighs a staggering 224 pounds at the age of just 13 years old. I've spoken a bit about the physical effects of a poor diet, such as obesity and tooth decay, but having an older girl allows us to look at the mental impact of being overweight.
Oh yeah,
and
that's true.
It's heartbreaking to hear at such a young age.
I think my weight affects the way I feel about myself. Most girls like to
Oh my
look
gosh.
really nice because
Took a political school too, which is again her mom's fault. Yes, absolutely. I bet she does. I 100% bet she gets bullied.
most girls like to look really nice because of the boys. People don't judge you by the way you are, by the way your character is. They judge you by the way you look.
My heart broke.
Yo, 13 is such a nasty age for girls. I'm telling you, like being a 13-year-old girl is fucking horrendous. It is horrendous. Okay? Like if I could go back and think of like when I was 13, that's a hard time. It was a hard time. I mean, like by that time, like I had lost all my baby fat by the time I was 13, so like I didn't really get bullied for that, but like the shit that some of these girls would say to girls that like were, I wouldn't even say that they were fat. I would say that they were like chubby, is like girls are fucking mean. And 13 is like when it starts where girls get fucking nasty.
You are by the way your character is. They judge you by the way you look.
My heart broke for
Yeah, high school, God, it was horrible, and I can't even imagine how bad this would be. School's such a yeah. I mean, like kids are mean. Kids are just mean, but like, oh, 13. You don't remember? Might be trauma blocking it out. I just remember just 13-year-olds, like being in middle school and just seeing how nasty some of these girls are.
Denisa.
Now, for me, I had much bigger shit going on when I was 13, so. Like I was never a mean kid, but I definitely was an asshole to kids that deserved it, that were like kind of like picking on other people. But I had much bigger problems going on when I was 13. So like them like being mean to other girls, I was just kind of like, just fucking knock it off. Young teen girls make me want to drop kick them in the, in the mouth. By that age, my dad was always busy working. My mom was in the hospital a lot, so I distanced myself a lot. I didn't experience that. Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely like some people that probably like went through middle school that like, wasn't too bad, but yeah, like I mean, like I didn't like I wasn't the like on the receiving end of anything. In middle school, but I definitely saw a lot and like tried to stand up for people that like were getting made fun of. And unfortunately for them, I have a knack for being a little savage sometimes. Fake friends who go behind your back and talk shit. Oh yeah, like that is. I mean that's like people now too. Like people are just shitty.
The way your character is. They judge you by the way you look.
My heart broke for Denisa.
Smoking habit and trauma.
But her parents wouldn't back her up, and this will be proven very soon as they check her into a bariatric hospital for weight loss surgery, like the ones we see.
No, they're gonna do. She's 13. She is 13 years old. She cannot have this. She is too young for this.
Soon, as they check her into a bariatric hospital for weight loss
Oh
surgery,
my
like the ones we
God.
see in My 600-Pound Life. Personally, I find it shocking that the parents, while being overweight themselves, are even considering this. They would rather take the easy way out
Yeah.
from surgery than change up the entire family's eating habits. And that might sound harsh, but there are others who feel the same. It's disgusting that Denise's parents would rather put their 13-year-old girl through life-risking surgery than just change her diet.
Yeah.
Her obesity isn't because she moved countries or because she's spoiled. It's simply because her parents are terribly overweight and they are passing their bad habits onto their child. Simple as that. My heart is
100%.
breaking for her.
Yeah.
And the doctor.
Absolutely. That person said it beautifully. I mean, like that is how everybody feels. Literally fix it. Yeah. But like why would I can't even imagine trying to think of surgery if I had a 13-year-old though. Let alone like bariatric surgery. Like that is mm-mm.
agreed to, insisting they actually try a real weight loss diet before going for surgery.
Yeah.
I think we all of us intuitively feel that it's a last resort.
In the first instance, I think we like to try and make sure that we've tried everything from a sort of diet and exercise.
Good on this doctor.
Generally, our process is that you have to really try everything we can to help first before going ahead with something like an operation.
So Denisa
Yeah, they
and her
definitely shouldn't
family
allow
get put
this.
on a strict schedule so that Denisa can avoid having to have this incredibly drastic surgery, and so this 13-year-old girl doesn't have to go through that. However, in literally the 15 minutes after this appointment, her parents have taken her to McDonald's.
15 minutes after leaving the hospital, Denise's parents take her for one last treat.
I think it's...
I mean, like, is it bad? Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what do you expect her to do? Just like walk out of the doctor's office and just be like, oh, I'm gonna hit all my macros now. Like, you know, like it's not that easy. You know, you gotta probably like make a whole plan and, you know, just be like, all right, like Monday we're gonna start our plan. Maybe we go for a walk tonight, you know. That's really all it takes, a half hour a day. Yeah, like walking is great for you. Like, so they could have started there. They could have just been like, you know, yeah, we're gonna go eat McDonald's, but you know what? Later on tonight, like we're gonna go walk for, I'm guessing 30 minutes might be too long for them. So like maybe 15. We're gonna go for a 15-minute walk.
Clearly shows the parents' deluded mindset, as they call it one last treat, but clearly they go more often than not, and maybe it's more of a treat for them than Denisa herself. Poor education on weight gain has probably led up to this point, and the incredibly easy access to...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could go play sports. You could go, I don't know, like if you have like a park or something that has shit you can go play on, like go do that. Like maybe just like play with your kid outside and do whatever.
herself. Poor education on weight gain has probably led up to this point, and the incredibly easy access to fast food, of course, has allowed Denisa's weight to skyrocket. Now, the family are also originally from Romania and found food to be much more accessible in the UK.
In our country, if she asked something, I said, sorry, I don't have money to buy it, you know? But here, when we come, food and sweets and...
See, like this kind of perspective, I do empathize a little bit with. A little bit. A little bit. I think if you come from a country that you are struggling and you are not necessarily like getting to eat enough, and then you go to a country where food's very accessible and it is a lot cheaper, I can kind of see how like they probably overindulge because they get to, you know, finally like eat. But then at some point I think you gotta like pull it back, you know. Energetic because like yeah. I mean, like, you know, at least like to make you feel like you can like get out more often.
And you know, everything you see, you buy it because it's cheaper.
I like that emote, like,
oh, Daddy, can you buy this to me, please? And again, I cannot resist.
But honestly, this is just one of the many excuses that the family employs to explain Denisa's weight gain, and it's hard to watch. Some people have even suggested that this is child abuse, with one YouTube commenter saying that if a child reaches the level of obesity that they need stomach reduction surgery, then it's probably time for Child Protective Services to intervene. Throughout the episode, you can see Denisa's lack of parental care, with her father even saying that he thinks it's pointless to diet.
Denisa's father, Virgil, works as a builder. He's come to the conclusion that the surgery will be more effective than their attempts to diet.
Dieting.
That is terrifying. That is terrifying that this is what he thinks. Because you don't want to put in the effort because like maybe your like quote unquote healthy food isn't as good as the fast food that you're eating. But your child is 224 pounds. Like you gotta step up and like be a father. You gotta like do better.
To the conclusion that the surgery will be more effective than their attempts to diet.
Dieting, changing your eating style.
Basic food is becoming one too, but I won't get political. Yeah, I mean, like I think people should treat fast food if they have a problem with overeating. Like maybe you treat it as like a treat, right? Like so. Like you're gonna be like, okay, so like I'm gonna eat really, really good all week, and then like on Friday I'm gonna have this one meal. But I also think that like some people that like eat way too much. It's like when you see them go to McDonald's to have like their quote unquote treat, it's like 2 Big Macs now, like large fry, and like they're eating enough for like 3 people. It's like instead of having like your one meal that's fast food, you're having like 3 people's meals of fast food, which is like definitely not good. If she keeps eating shit. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think, like, if you're not willing to change your lifestyle, like, having bariatric surgery isn't gonna fix it. Like, it might be like a Band-Aid fix for a little bit, but yeah, she's gonna probably fall off the wagon, and it's not like, I mean, like, there's, like, a strict diet that goes with that too. So, if you're not gonna teach her anything, like, bariatric surgery is just dangerous and unnecessary. Could always eat what I want, so I eat much worse than I yeah, I mean, like Tox is like that. Tox, like, literally can eat whatever he wants, and the man just will like, he just will never get fat. Like, he just he doesn't have to worry about it. In general, then coming to Australia all of a sudden, there's just shit food everywhere, so I do cut yeah, I mean, I think that, I think people I think people that come from like, communist countries or like, socialist countries that like, like you didn't have a lot of access to food and then you go to a country that is better off, and you have, lots of food to, like accessible to you that's affordable, um, makes it so that, I think people kind of overindulge, but I kind of can't blame them though. But then at some point I think you gotta like, kind of like get that in check, and kind of be like, all right, like I indulged in everything. I know it's not going anywhere. So we're gonna eat good and then, on Saturday we're gonna go get McDonald's or whatever,
Be more effective than their attempts to diet.
Dieting, changing your
I feel like
eating
I should have
style.
been more
It's
mindful.
about
I think some people
power
kind of
of
think that way,
willing,
but I don't think you should
And
be too hard on yourself.
we demonstrate that we are not that strong. She tried to lose weight when she was 11. She tried to lose weight when she was 12, but got fatter and fatter. But with the surgery, you don't have to give up of temptations. Yeah, you eat whatever you want, but
That's like the wrong mentality right there. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I missed that when you said who's Tox. Yeah, Tox is he's my man's. Right, yeah, wrong. She absolutely cannot. Yeah, I feel like it's like I don't know. I think he has the wrong idea of what this is gonna do. Like I don't know why you would do like I don't know why you would do this to your kid.
you don't have to give up of temptations. Yeah, you eat whatever you want, but only in a smaller amount, much more smaller amount.
Denise's episode ends on a pretty tragic note too, with the fact
They
that
were
Denise
oh
is
that's
now showing
cool that they
signs
have
of
like their own
diabetes,
little
and her
like
family
farm
are
going
now
though.
pushing even harder for weight loss surgery. And honestly, after watching both of these
Oh my
episodes and looking
God.
at the effects, the excuses are more. I do want to come back to the question in the beginning and look at who is to blame for these obese children. And at the end of the day, I think it's clearly the parents' fault that the children are in this situation. But
I
there's a little bit
agree.
more to it than that. A lot of the people featured on this
Get hungry and see all this food though, and I'm sad for the girl. Not a nice combo, right? You're like, damn, I'd go for a burger right now or like some of this food, but God, I feel bad. This kid's like 200 pounds, like, yeah.
fault that the children are in this situation, but there's a little bit more to it than that. A lot of the people
I think a lot of this, I think it should be mandatory that like if your kid is this obese and your whole family is like I mean maybe not mandatory, but like maybe highly recommended that maybe you need to see a nutritionist or something or somebody that knows maybe like how to deal with overweight people because I don't because I feel like there's like some people that maybe are a little less understanding. um they're just gonna be like, oh well, like just eat less, stop eating all that shit. Like I think you need somebody that like either's like been overweight or is more empathetic of like, all right, so like this is like where we're gonna start, this is what we're gonna learn, this is like what you're gonna need to know, like why like protein's good for you, and like this is the kind of protein you can eat. This is what you can do to make better. Like this is what a serving size should look like. This is what you should be expected to eat in a day, or like something to I feel like there's a lot of people that are very uneducated when it comes to their diet, and then then they try losing weight, and I think some of it is like they don't know how to do like a lifestyle, and I think the other side of it is that like they don't really understand like what am I trying to say here? Like they don't really understand maybe like how some foods are that you can choose a lot of different things. Um but but if you talk to the right people, like you could definitely make it work for you and whatever your goals are too. Wasn't ideal, but there's plenty of good memories from there. Yeah. You're gonna have to I'm on lunch break in the middle of the night, so I don't get the opportunity to have a nice burger at the moment. Oh yeah, I'm sure, because it's like a crazy hour. No, like, don't look sad. I'm going to miss my aunt's ranch, fresh milk, fresh cheese, fresh meat, and a shitload of fruits. Good time. Oh yeah, I bet. Eli, how's it going? You can't look. Hi. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Whenever I go to my grandparents' house, they feed you like crazy. Like, I mean, I think that's like a grandparent thing. I think anytime you go somewhere, like your grandparents will always feed you like to the max. We've incorporated more veggies in meals we already make. Yeah, I mean, like I think there's like lots of little things that you can do. Um, I don't think you have to like be. I think if you want to be extreme in your diet, you can, and if you want to just try to make uh like small lifestyle decisions, I think any decision's good. Like I don't think like when people ask me, like I always get kind of weird because I feel like I understand like what I'm doing is like kind of extreme, but it's also not permanent. And I don't think it's for everybody. I think that my diet like works really good for me, but it's also I'm not doing it indefinitely. So but it's something that I don't really have a hard time like maintaining. But I also have like I know like what goals I have in mind, so it's like, like yeah, like I want to cut some fat, and then I want to like bulk a little bit, and then I want to strength train because I want to be stronger, and I want to like build, like better muscle on me. So, but but some people just want to lose weight, and I think that if you just want to do that, like there's different ways to go about it, and I think that everybody can, like be pretty well rounded and like have pretty decent diets. Some people can get away with having shit diets and, be okay for the most part. But unfortunately, like there's plenty of people that can't do that. In school, teaching them to eat healthy and benefits of it would be great. Like even small cookies starting in fourth grade would be good. I think part of it though is that like the food pyramid got all fucked up. Cause like I remember in elementary school being like taught like the food pyramid, and then when I look at it now, I'm like, oh, like this is not right. Like this is so far off from being like somewhat good for you that it's like this is so I think that needs to be probably reworked.
Featured on this show are from low-income households, which is just a whole other stress added to life. And I do understand cooking can feel like
Just
a
want
massive
mushrooms
task
in every
at the
meal.
end
You
of a
can't get enough
stressful
of
day.
them.
So to some
I
degree,
do
it
like
is understandable
mushrooms.
they turn for fast food. However, the levels these
Have a
parents have
good
allowed their
time,
bad
or have a good one, Hud. It was good seeing you. Thank you again for the subs. I appreciate it. Every person's diet's gonna be different. It works different for them. That's for sure. Gotta find. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think everybody's different. I think you gotta find like what's accommodating to you, like what you can stick with, what makes you happy, like what makes you feel good. I think all that's important for sure. Because I think too many people probably try things and it just doesn't work, and it's not really like I don't really think it's like a failure on their part necessarily sometimes, because I feel like there's a lot of instances where uh, they're just uninformed and uneducated. So it kind of creates a failure to them, or like a failure in a way, because it's like not having all the information and then expecting somebody to to do well, right? And it just never really works out that way. You started eating smaller portions, snacking throughout the day so that I'm not eating so much food at lunch and dinner time. I started working out about a month ago. I know, Light, you've been working really hard. I know you've been like putting in the work. And honestly, like you don't really have to do a whole lot, like just to be a little bit better. I have a pretty strict diet. Knows zero saturated fats, extremely little non-liquids, kind of rough, but nothing to be down about. Yeah, like see, like, and I think when you have medical issues too, like that definitely puts a kink in things. Like it does make it harder, to try to like enjoy stuff. But like sometimes like medical issues, it just makes things shitty, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I think for these kids, it's definitely their parents. Like their kids need to be better, or I mean, the parents need to do better. Like they definitely are not helping their kids, and they're not helping themselves. Because like the parents themselves are just like not healthy, and then that's gonna go on to their kids, and like that's just I think it just creates problems all around. But I'm proud of you, Light. I think you've been putting in great work. The reason I'm working out is because I'm planning a wedding and I want to at least lose some pounds. But honestly, I'm going to keep doing it. It makes me feel good, and it's also great for your mental health. That is true. That is true. Although sometimes when I work out, I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, I don't feel great after. I feel like I'm like dying. But that's good that you have a goal that you're working towards, though. I mean, like sometimes that's important. That dumpster booty, exactly. We all want those snatched cheeks. And I say, I 100% support it. Big and strong like skits. I am not big and strong. I am small and soft right now. Although, on the plus side though, I have officially lost another 20 pounds, and I am like 10 pounds off. I think I'm like 10 pounds, I think. I think I'm 10 pounds away. So I got 10 more pounds to lose. And then we carb up and we lift heavy. And we become somewhat strong. Them snack cheeks, exactly. Working out and dieting in a fashion that doesn't make you feel miserable is great for mental health. It makes you feel better in so many ways. That's true. That is true. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So like in total, how much I used to weigh? I've lost like 50 pounds. Like from my biggest, I guess. Being small and soft is healthier than being big and soft. Always something, right? Right. Biggest issue is motivation to work out. It is very hard. I usually work out like shortly after I wake up, because if I don't do it then, I've noticed that I will not do it. So I just like, and there's days where I wake up but I'm like, ugh, I don't want to go work out. But then I don't let myself like sit down at my computer or do anything. I go and I get my socks and I put my shoes on. And I go down to the basement and I work out. And I mean, there's obviously exceptions. Yeah, right. You don't want to, I mean, like I don't mind working out by myself because a lot of time, like, because like Tox is at work, so I just I take my phone downstairs and I usually put a podcast on or I listen to music or whatever. Usually I put like a podcast on and I do my workout, and then um my long walks, like I'll usually play something on my computer and I walk, or I'll just like be walking downstairs and just have a podcast on, and I usually just get lost in it. Find a woman who wants to do the same. They're out there. They are out there. You work out by yourself so you can sing the music while you do it. There you go. It was the sun that encouraged you to start walking. Excited for me to watch this video. Yeah, we'll definitely get to them. Like, maybe Thursday, because I have like 2 playlists that I have already set up for. It was today and tomorrow, so probably Thursday. We'll watch them. When you got some sun. I think there's like something wrong with me, because I feel like when it's really sunny out, like I don't like it. Like it, I was made for the darkness. Literally, the sun is powering, right? My case, I don't really care. I wish I did though, but I mean, like some people, it's just hard. It's lack of space, but before I moved to where I live now, I used to visit the gym on daily basis. Medical gym's 45 minutes away by car or walking. Oh, yeah. I mean, like my home gym in my basement, like it's definitely not huge, but it's like just enough room that I have like I have a weight bench and I have a squat rack, and then I have like dumbbells and stuff. So is a bat confirmed? You were like that before. I feel like I try all the time. Like I try to go out and get sun, and I'm like, I don't like I don't like this. I do not like this. I'm like Dracula when he's like, eh, like that's me. UTP got so dark over the last week. Oh man. If I ran, I said only if I'm being chased. Yes, I do. Yes, I do not run. I walk. I walk. So many insane videos. We have watched some shit, guys. We have watched some shit. I will tell you that. Yes. So outside in the mornings for coffee. It's also why I haven't been streaming a lot. I'm trying to work on myself and work on my small business. Hey, you know what? That's what I mean. Like, I don't stream nearly as much as I used to. I've tried to dedicate like 3 days a week to streaming. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights, I stream. The rest of the time, I'm making YouTube videos. I'm working on other shit. I finally started working on new sub badges. So you guys will have new sub badges at some point. I have to make a fuck ton of them. So I don't know when I'll be done with them. But you will have new sub badges soon. And then, I don't know what I'm doing the rest of the time. I don't know. I sit here and watch shit that's crazy. I don't. But yeah, because yeah, like my days usually like I get up, I work out, but I try to work out for like I probably work out for like an hour, and then I'll shower, and then depending on what I need to do that day, it's either like if I gotta like do any sort of like meal prep, sometimes I'll do that, or then I like record a video. I try to like set up all my videos, so sometimes I gotta spend time doing that, and then I record my videos and I edit them, and then like if they have to go up the next day, then like I'll get that uploaded. But then I try to like plan out my week or like the next day or whatever, and then But yeah, but I also probably stay up too late, and then I usually get up really late. Like I got up like late today though. I got up way late today. Like I got up at like 11 or something. I was, and I just like got up and I like went downstairs and I was like, all right, I just got knocked out. I wake up, sit in bed, thinking I don't want to. I used to love both pumping iron and Muay Thai, and then I fucked up my knee and had to quit. But if I ever return exercise, lighter stuff, I don't want that. So there's that. Yeah, that's fair. I don't care much about your health part. I mean, that is me. I mean, I'm to be real. I am not working out because I necessarily like am being like some sort of health nut. I just want to like have like a nice physique. But, you know, being somewhat healthy kind of goes hand in hand with that, right? Like you work out and you diet because you want to look a certain way. You end up the byproduct is I am being healthier, but that's not my goal here. I tried making my way. Oh no, you're good. You're good. But yeah, I mean, like, and I honestly don't know everything about working out. I mean, I can certainly share with you like what I do and what I eat. You know, and what's worked for me and like what I eat, like when I'm like if I'm like when I'm not dieting and stuff like that. I mean, like I kind of just eat normal. I just don't eat a whole lot. But you know, I lift 4 times a week and I walk 4 times a week, and then like so tomorrow's my off day. So I work out Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I have Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday off. So like Wednesday, I'm usually just like a pretty lazy turd, and I like just kind of lay around, and I don't really do anything on Wednesdays. But it is kind of nice because I work legs on Tuesdays and Fridays. So usually Wednesdays, it's kind of nice though, because like I like my legs are usually like pretty shot like when I wake up sometimes. Tomorrow's the big snack day. No, I actually just had I did carbs for like a day and a half like this past weekend. So I just had like a carb day. Like I ate carbs yesterday and like the day before, like later on that day. So Sundays are my no workout days. Sundays are strictly for doing absolutely nothing. Exactly. Yes. Saturday and Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, I don't do shit. I just lay around and drink lots of water because the rest of the time, if it's not like cheat carb days or whatever, then I just don't really eat a whole lot. It's currently every day. I did have some salt and vinegar goldfish, which were fucking delicious. I had some Old Bay goldfish, which were fucking delicious. I had a Gatorade protein bar because I just really like those. They have a lot of carbs in them. They're fucking delicious. And then I had so I made the chicken broccoli alfredo last night. So I had like a little bowl of that. Like that was like my last like carb meal. Then the rest of it's for talks. Yeah, there's salt and vinegar goldfish. They're like puffy goldfish too. So they're like bigger than regular sized goldfish, and they're like a little like lighter and airier or whatever. Like because they're like puffed or whatever. They're so good. Delicious. Highly recommend. Talking about snacks at this hour is dangerous. On that small tray, they serve in jails. Yes, yeah. He gets like one spoonful in a Dixie cup and a toothpick. But no, I make, so Tox has like, I make Tox a separate dinners. So I try to, you know, give him like a nice, like carbs, protein, vegetable, you know, mixture. I do the best I can with that. So, and then I usually just eat the same shit like every day, like while I'm doing my diet, because it's just easier for me to track and like know how many carbs I'm eating and stuff like that. So, usually like for the week, I usually just eat the same thing, but it's just like low carb or no, close to like no carbs. Justice for Tox. But yeah, he gets the good dinners. But I did get to eat enchiladas like the night before. Like those are pretty good with rice. But yeah, I just got like, I don't know, like maybe another month or two maybe of cutting, and then we're gonna fill out. I'm gonna get some muscles on me so I can look like I'm strong, but I'm not because I'm small. It's just gonna be a facade, you know. It's gonna be a facade. Small but fierce, yeah. I'm just gonna look like I can whoop some ass, and then I stand up and you're like, damn, she's only 5 feet. Never mind, I can steal her lunch money. You're gonna lay in bed? I am gonna get off because it is 1:30, so it is gonna be my bedtime soon. But I'll be on tomorrow nights. We might just start off with videos, like you know, like I'm probably gonna get on like around 8 o'clock. We'll just come out watching videos. There's a video that I thought of you, Light, that I really want to watch, and I haven't watched it yet. And so if you are here tomorrow night, we will watch it because I want you to be here. Because it's something that's like right up your alley. Of course, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate everybody being here. It's hold on. I gotta go to this channel. Where is it? It's not that part. It's the downfall of casual hobbies, but it's about your dolls, like, and I guess it's like, I guess shit gets a little crazy with them or something. So I was like, oh shit. I was like, I should totally watch this, but Light has to be here. Yes, good night, everybody. Stay safe, stay hydrated. Yes, yes. If it's daytime for you, I hope you guys have a good day. If it's nighttime, go to bed because it's late. Get your ass in bed, go to sleep, get some good sleep. Bet that sounds fun. I feel like we need to watch it, you know? Like you need to be here when we watch it. So if you're here tomorrow night, I will definitely watch it with you here. But until then, I am gonna go get off, but I appreciate everybody being here. You guys are awesome. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. Yes, everyone have a good night. Everyone have a good night. Alright, guys. See you later. Have a good one. I'm out of here.